Hey everybody. Happy New Year 2025. Welcome to Hash Church Season 11, Episode 1. We did a little jump, I'm not gonna lie. We were at 5.0 and we went to 11. 5.0, 4.0, 3.0, 2.0. These were they weren't the first Hash Church went for I think 4 or 5 years. I took a break. I did Hash Point 2.0. I took a little break again. We did 3.0. So anyway, just so you're not confused, we're now in season 11. I'm gonna let in some of the folks that are sitting and waiting in the room. But yeah, Happy New Year and welcome everybody. Oh, we got a bunch of people here already available this morning. Welcome everybody. Welcome NIkka T.
Greetings, brother.
Puffing on that doobie.
No, blessed rising.
Yes, yes. Welcome to Caitlin from High Fidelity, representing with the feminine energy in the hash making world. We appreciate you. We appreciate you, Caitlin. Get yourself in there. She's trying to get her connection and make the audio work and I know it well. Welcome, Hemp Guy, Mr. Skunkman Sam in the house early on a Sunday morning. Really, probably 6
Yabba
p.m. in
yabba Morgan.
Amsterdam. Yabba yabba is right. And we got Stephen Philpott Jr. back in the house. He's connecting to audio. He was a wonderful guest the other day. I remember Etienne introducing him as studying trichome morphology, and I was like, wow, how much? What can you really study? But wow, Stephen let us know what you can really study. He had amazing photos from the electron scan microscope, and we went into that a little bit, so that was really fun. We got about 50 people live right now. I'm sure that'll climb pretty good in the chat. Hello to Persephone Lux and Buddy Weeds and Lord Sav, John Maddox and Sam Seth, Arn Casper Samuelson. Welcome, brethren. And of course, Bingo Lombardi holding it down in the chat room. I guess we got Wolverine Dabs and Etienne Fontaine. Today's church, I invited a ton of you guys. There's about 30 of us that I invited. I'm not sure if we'll get all of that or if we'll get a fraction of that or what, but I thought kind of a fun New Year's church would be to just have everyone come in, talk about what they did for New Year's, talk about the hash that they're smoking, and most importantly, talk about the vision for 2025. And I think we make up a big chunk of the hash community. Wow, you can always tell when Etienne is in a different place than his normal hash church place. I can tell, dude, you look fresh. You look like you're somewhere different. Are you somewhere different?
I am somewhere different. I'm away for the new year and just relaxing and enjoying. But yeah, it's good to be here. It's good to see a lot of familiar faces and welcome to 2025.
Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome as well. Welcome to you, Belle. Nice to see you
Hi, how's it
in the
going? Thanks
room.
for having me.
Dude, awesome.
Yeah,
Representing too. I like low-key repping the jiu-jitsu constantly. Good for you.
yeah. Oh, yeah. That was part of my life before it was part of hash making. So
Well,
it's not going anywhere.
I'm sure you've taken the discipline that you learned in jiu-jitsu and transferred it over into the hash making world.
Definitely. Yeah, I tell you what, Marcus, it tells you not to give up, really. Like our industry is really hard. It can be very defeating, It can
Hmm.
be, you can go through your torch and pitchforks on both sides, and
Oh
it
yeah.
can be
We've all
discouraging.
we've all tapped out, trust me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I come close a lot. And that's the thing. You just can't give up. You can't let people grind you down. And it's the hardest of hardest situations, man, when you're getting like manhandled or woman handled. Like I was like, oh my God, that woman just handled me. Like she like picked me up and like handled me. You know what I
Bam.
mean? Like, yeah. Like, it really humbles you.
Yeah.
It humbles you a lot. And but in like, it's hot in the room, somebody's pushing on you, you're under a lot of pressure. It sometimes you can't even breathe, you're in a lot of pain, but you got to like push through and persevere and just keep going. And sometimes it's unbelievable what the human spirit can achieve. Like you think you're just done for, and then all of a sudden your tiny little opening. And that's the same for hash making is it's like, dude, I'm just done. I don't even know why the fuck I do this anymore. But like, there's somebody that comes up to you, like this girl one time was like, you're the reason I make hash, Belle. I was like, okay. It's like, like that's why we do it. We do it so we can pass on the knowledge so we can keep on going,
Absolutely.
leave it good for the youth.
There's something very important about the humility aspect of life, and it seems like the more we practice humility, I guess I don't know, it's just easier when you practice humility. I think it was a Mike Tyson quote, which obviously came after he licked the butane, the BH, the frog, the MEO frog, the bufotine frog, calling it a butane frog. That's pretty funny.
That's cool.
But he said, if you are not humble in this world will dress humility upon you. And I was like, damn. I mean, before that, before he
Hmm.
licked the Bufotine frog, it was everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. That was like the original Mike Tyson quote. And then it like
That's
got
so
all it
funny.
got all deep. Well, right, right. That was like old school Mike. But then it got deep and it got psychedelic and it got like, out of the shallows. And it's very true. If you are not humble in this world will dress humility upon you. So it's not a bad
Yeah.
thing to practice. Have some humble pie. And if you eat humble pie, you might not have to eat big plate loads of shit. That's my advice to the world for 2025.
I,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
actually, I actually copyrighted humility.
Of course you did. Of course you did, Sam. We appreciate that. Oh, what's everyone smoking today? I got some beautiful things. First, I got this, like, I guess this would be considered an elite back from the day, the old mothership ball rig. I had a little buddy. He's got like seven of these things. They're just not quite worth. I'm sure this thing must have cost like $25,000 when it was originally purchased.
Wow.
It's probably worth like 5 or 6 thousand now. But I have to say, it has been a beauty for puffing out of. I've got a ton of full melt bubble. I've got some 90 micron death bubba. I've got some 90 micron Event Horizon, which that Event Horizon is quite lovely. I believe it's from Exotic Genetics. And then I've got some Masterpiece 90 micron, and then I got a couple of Yeezy OGs and an MK Ultra, all sieved, air dried, 6 star, melt into nothing. I just haven't had a ton of melty bubble in my life lately, and it's so good to have it back. I just want everyone to have melty hash all the time. That is my dream. Everyone needs it. Even if you still want to smoke spliffs and BHO and whatever else you're enjoying in your life, at least have some full melt dry sift or some full melt bubble in the quiver. That's what I would say to that. I also want to welcome Logan into the room, Wolverine Dabs, one of our young hash makers who's making waves and making us think and showing us different things. He had those amazing photos you showed with the crystallized gland heads. I love that in all the years that I've been doing this, and certainly it's a fraction of the years that Sam's been doing this, there's just still new things to see. There's new things to be to be unveiled, and I really have an appreciation for you for doing that, Logan. I really
Yeah, and
do.
I've scheduled to go back to Oregon as well to go get my hands on that same strain so we can get some data, we can test it, all of that.
Oh, nice. That's the one that sort of just crystallized the heads and turned them into dust.
Yeah, the Trop Santos.
I wonder if there was like a particular pH of water that was used to wash that, and whether or not that pH had anything to do with that process.
Well, it was all dry sifted.
It was dry sifted. Okay.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, wild. Well, very
Yeah,
cool.
so
Very
I'm
cool as
excited to go
well.
back down there, get my hands on the same pheno and see if it replicates it. Otherwise, if it doesn't replicate it, then it had something to do with the grow environment or the age
Right.
of the trichomes as well. But
Or just one
I'm
of the other
excited.
10,000 variables that we
Yeah,
will have
exactly.
to. Nick is laughing because it's like, holy shit, it's true. You start when you're young, you're just so like, yeah, man, this, and then you start realizing, oh my God, how many variables could there
It could
possibly
be
be?
anything.
Oh, geez, man, it really could be. Hey, I wanted to welcome Dr. Mark Scialdone and to say a heartwarming happy birthday
Hey,
to the Hash Church alumni. Dude, 4 nights at Madison Square Garden with Fish,
oh man.
sending me videos, dude. Thank you so. You know how many friends I have at Fish, and there's only one who sends me perfectly like filmed multi-minute videos, no shaking, no, he's tripping, he's stoned out of his gourd, and he's just filming these perfect videos, and I'm like, thank you, Mark. Happy birthday and
Oh, no
thank you.
problem. No problem. Yeah, views from section 109, man. As
Dude,
they call it the most incredible arena in the world or the most famous arena in the world. I don't know. Madison Square Garden is just an incredible room. And man, they killed it, Marcus. They kill it every time in there. They really do. It's just so much fun. And shout out to I met some hash makers there who I introduced Hash Church to. So Rob, who works at the mid station at Stratton Mountain here in Vermont. Hey Rob, I hope you're watching. Hope you're learning all kinds of cool stuff. But yeah, Marcus, it's so cool, man. I can't wait till I look in the seat next to me and see you. You know?
dude,
So let's make it happen in 2025, bro.
dude,
You've been
I won't be in the seat. I'll actually be on the ground in front of the seat doing a psychedelic seizure.
you'll be floating in midair, right?
Oh my God. Listen, it's been a very long time. And for those of you that don't know, I'm a huge fish head. Fish is a huge part of my life. I made it happen in the early or mid 90s, late 90s, and it just sort of petered out. It's literally been, I don't know, 20 to
25
25
years.
years
Yeah.
since I saw a fish show, which is,
Yeah.
I feel
Too
like
long.
out of all the things I got robbed from this record, from having a record and not being allowed into the US, I feel like the Grateful Dead and Fish were some, I mean, that and obviously my community, all of you guys that I could be visiting and go and make hash with Belle down in California and go see NIkka T and go see I can't do that at this point in time. But the waiver is in. Hopefully in the next 6 to 8 months, I'll do my American tour and cruise around America and see what you guys got going on down there.
Well, you are known throughout this community, Marcus. I have people who would stop me at a fish show and want to take a selfie with me because they know me from Hash Church, you know? It's like, oh, there's Dr. Mark, man. And people would like lay stuff on me, even like Sam, who's in the chat right here. He's like, oh, I saw him at BizCon, you know? And whenever I see people, they're always so gracious about, you know, well, we've had a tremendous reach in this program. What, we're 10, 11 years old now. This is incredible, right? And I'll go back to our late departed friend Horatio, who first introduced me to you and invited me into the room and said, Tony Vazura's talking shit on terpenes. You need to come in here and clean this conversation up. But yeah, man, it's been a long, strange trip. But Marcus, now that you're back in or you're able to come to the United States, dude, let's seriously put some plans together to go on fish tour this year. And maybe we could even do it over a weekend where we could do a Hash Church episode from like a hotel room in between shows or something, you know? Let's see if we can do that, buddy. I would be the thrill of
Dude,
my lifetime.
I'm so in. I'm so in. Now, there will be about half of Toronto's Jewish community with us on that tour. I've promised all of them already, my dear friend Allison Gordon and Amy Weinstein and all those just absolute awesome tripper. I mean, it was Allison Gordon who got me on. She got me to try and go down to Portland for the Legends of
Right.
Hash that I did with Addison down there. So that's when I was at the border. I was at US Customs. Allison was like already went through. You have to know Allison, but it was like her will is so strong. She has this incredible will that when she wants to do something, it always gets done. So when US Customs started to deny me, her head literally started to explode. She's walking back and forth. She's kind of already cleared customs and kind of needs to bugger off, but she doesn't. And she stands there for the entire hour and a half that I'm delayed, staring through the glass at me. You know, the customs are kind of like, hey, you got to go. And she's like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm waiting for my friend. And then finally, when they deny me, she's like, well, I'm not getting on my plane. And they're like, well, you're already in the US, basically. Like
Right.
you can't come back. It's not allowed. Well, they had not met Allison Gordon. She absolutely came back. She did not get on that flight. And she ended up driving me home later that day. So we were going to go see Dead and Co. at the Sphere. She had tickets for us
Right.
at the Sphere right after Portland. So she's going to be with us on that little tour. I should welcome Davis Allen, another young dude who's doing some good things here in British Columbia. He's been on Hash Church at least one or two times with us. How you doing, Davis?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. It's been an amazing start to the year for sure. We're
Where are you
just
at right now?
just finishing up the one of the projects at UBC, and then again just at the family's property right now.
Oh,
And
like
yeah,
on Bowen?
yeah.
Bowen
But yeah,
Island, yeah. Davis is on the most amazing little island that's like just outside of Vancouver. It's just across the ocean from my little place in Lions Bay. He's on a little island called Bowen Island, and it's surrounded by like whales and dolphins, and it's just one of the special. And he grew up there, which is kind of
yeah,
like an anomaly. You know, you meet a ton of people that live on Bowen Island, but they could literally be from anywhere else in the world other than British Columbia. But Davis is one of the lucky ones. He got to grow up there. So you're doing the UBC project still?
yeah. So we're finishing up the fertility project currently. We're just I'm starting to measure all the plants, check how many seeds are developed from different varieties and crosses, and then we're going to be starting some new projects hopefully in the next few months here, which is great.
I think that you and Stephen Philpott should exchange numbers and link up. I think you guys would really have some great synergies. You're both brilliant. You're both uber focused, and I think what he's doing and what you're doing, there'll somehow be some synergies in there. So make sure that I put you guys together. I only met Stephen recently through Etienne, who
Mhm.
brought him in, who also brought in Caleb Chen today. So I want to welcome Caleb. How are you doing, Caleb? I don't think we've ever met, but welcome to Hash Church.
Feels great to be here. Thank you very much for the invite. Happy New Year,
Hey,
everybody.
Caleb, how are you
Hey, how
doing?
you
Good.
doing, Mark?
All right, good to see you,
Good to
Caleb.
see you.
I'll let you tell the story, Caleb. Again, we were just talking about this, getting called out at meetings and public events for being on Hash Church. But go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah, I at MJ BizCon last month, I ran into Dr. Scialdone there and was able to share some of the Vietnamese hash from First Cut
Oh
Farms
man,
with him, and
so good.
it's a very, very fun time.
We stunk up the joint, man. Remember that what was it, a joint that you smoked with me, or right?
Yeah, we
Hash
rolled some hash holes.
hash hole. Okay, yeah.
Just
Oh
a
my.
shout out to First Cut Farms there. Thank you for shouting him out. That guy's a legend, Jerry. Just shout out to you, man. That was Dennis Perone's, one of Dennis Perone's growers. So thank you for always keeping it medicinal, Jerry. If you're watching, I appreciate you guys very much. Sorry to cut you guys off.
Oh,
No,
Caleb's
Always,
part of
always shout outs.
yeah, Caleb's part of our science group, and he's one of the young, another one of the young, brilliant scientists, social scientists around cannabis. He's been doing a fascinating research, his own personal research on music, genetics, and how they have intertwined. Do you want to explain a little bit of that, Caleb, for the public?
Sure. So I'm sitting here at Cal Poly Humboldt in the Cannabis Studies Lab, and I'm a master's in public sociology student. And this is, it's not a wet lab. It's not like a hash lab like Belle gets to work with down at Heritage. It's not like a lab where we can touch cannabis or do any breeding like Davis Allen can do up at UBC. And so, in the sociology department, this is though the very first cannabis studies program in the whole world. And so there's cohorts of cannabis studies bachelor's majors, cannabis studies majors here. And I get to be a research assistant with them on the Legacy Genetics grant with Dr. Dominic Corva. But for my thesis, I'm looking at changes in cannabis genetics over time, and I'm doing so by interviewing cannabis breeders, but I'm also doing archival research because, everyone here, I think, has a love of music, and through music, I've learned a lot about weed, and definitely there's a connection there that you can straight up track which cultivars have been popular where they first popped up. All this sort of stuff is just sitting there on, the internet archives in lyric databases, and there's all sorts of insights into our cannabis culture that can be shared through that, not just in hip hop or through Fish or the Grateful Dead, or there's literally anything and everything y'all can think of, including I've learned about some like hash music from Greek.
Hashishan music. Yeah.
Yeah,
Volcano
from
Hashishan
from
music. I
Sam the
was playing some at
Skunkman.
High Tea actually.
Hmm.
That's
This
really
must
cool
this must be
music.
right up your alley, NIkka T, because you've been doing music for so long. What a cool concept. So what exactly is it that you're connecting? Is it like frequencies and vibrations, or is it like, oh, certain areas have certain cultivars and they also have certain music? Are you putting these sort of underlining connections that other people haven't made so far? Or what's the sort of thesis of the work?
Yeah, so one presentation I'm going to be making in March at the Pacific Sociological Association conference in San Francisco is titled How Cali Weed Became a World Star, a lyrical analysis of hip hop songs from 1980s to 2020s. And basically, by searching on lyrical databases for the words Cali weed, I
Yeah.
found 240 source songs that mention Cali weed in the lyrics directly. And if I were to ask everyone here, like, what country you think those songs are from, the majority of them, what would people guess?
USA.
So for the last 10 years, most songs mentioning Cali weed are actually coming out of Germany.
No shit. That's
Wow,
hilarious.
really?
Interesting. And how that's like German hip hop and German reggae and stuff? Like Seed, the band
Absolutely.
Seed with
Oh,
three
see,
E's.
yeah.
Those guys are great.
Yeah. And those are just like
Funny,
the
that's a big market
explicit
right now.
mentions of Cali weed, and that is, as many people here know, is kind of an older slang term now. On Hash Church, people might know about Cali plates, which is, where things are moving to, and there's lyrical references to that too.
Love it. Love it.
That's so cool, dude. I'm just gonna rip a dab here.
So I just wanted to finish up the story when Caleb came and got me high at BizCon. Okay, here is the three people or the four of us that were sitting at the bench. It was Murphy Murray, right? Was Miyabi there? No, it was Twinkle. Twinkle, right? Twinkle from Abstracts, myself and Caleb, right? So we're sitting we're sitting out on this bench, and it was basically known, well, it's a weed conference, so people are probably going to just step outside the door and start smoking and everything. But there was this kind of maintenance crew that was sitting on a fork truck that was just across the way from us. And I think we didn't have a lighter, did we, Caleb? Did we have to ask those gentlemen for a lighter?
And
I
they
think,
had one.
and they had one because they were all smoking cigarettes, right? So we light up this torch, and it just was stinky to all hell. But yeah, it was great weed. It got me totally high, and yeah, I want to appreciate you, Caleb, for reaching out to me, and that was a fun little interaction that we had there. And I think I took a bunch of photos from it. So if you reach back out to me, I could send you some of the photos. So I think, yeah, there was a photo of me, you, Murray, and Twinkle sitting there getting high outside BizCon right after my talk, I think. Was that after? Yeah, it was just after, yeah. So I gave a talk
Great
there,
time.
Marcus, on synthetic cannabinoids and all this chemistry that's going on to basically convert CBD and so-called CBD into other, cannabinoids that are basically, for sale as all kinds of different products and gas stations and on the internet and not having the regulatory auspices that most of the rest of the cannabis industry has to go through. And that's a whole, train wreck down here in the States that you guys probably aren't dealing with so much in Canada.
We
But
have our own
Frank-
train wrecks we're dealing with up here.
yeah, I mean,
Frankennoids.
it's as many people would say, it's the proverbial race to the bottom, and what the cannabis industry has turned into. I'm thinking about JJ's post on Facebook from Top Dog was basically just saying, where the industry's gone in the last 10 years, and it's basically gone to, mids that can be produced at, shit ton quantity, and then just goosed with whatever to get people high. And again, I think I had reported back on BizCon this year being kind of like pre-roll con. Everything was about pre-rolls. Everything was about pre-rolls. There's like every three booths or every like third booth was either selling tubes or custom papers or pre-roll machines or all about pre-rolls. And I think the majority of those companies are using the cheapest super sack hemp they possibly can get and, putting some THC isolate in there and calling it cannabis. That's
Yeah.
what our industry's become today,
Well,
proverbial
that's because
race
you
to.
have a bunch of immature, like new buyers that are just, they don't really know. It'll take them. Like I just, I got into this pretty hardcore, not quite right away. I smoked my first joint at 14, but by 17, I was definitely like both feet in, like flipping pounds and like just going as deep as I possibly could. And I think that now, because it's not illegal, people can get into it, but they can stay shallow. They don't have to go so deep and be like, oh, wow, this isn't allowed. What else am I not allowed to know about this? Right? They're just like, and so it's going to take a while. I feel for you because I can hear your heart breaking when you say what you just said. And I know all of our hearts break for that too, but we just have to remain resilient and stay true to our path and continue with quality and purity and the education because I can't believe that. And personally, I'm good with a smaller percentage of the market. If I can just feed a small group of people who are
Yeah.
really happy to receive what I'm putting out there, then that's good enough for me. And the world is so big, Mark. It's so big. Like Canada did like 3.5 billion in cannabis. We're not even a big cannabis market. Michigan alone did like
Right,
200 million, more than the
right,
Canadian cannabis market in an entire year. And that's just Canada and Michigan. You got like
right.
all these other states and countries, and it's just going to grow and grow and grow. And unfortunately, if you just want to make a ton of money and you want to, I mean, fuck, it's almost sick. But if you were like a hurting scene and you wanted to start an amazing brand and you really believed in it, you should almost start a brand that sells floor sweepings, distillate, and botanical
Yeah.
terpenes in pre-rolled joints with the thickest, nastiest paper you could possibly imagine. Make it real ugly, gaudy packaging. You'll have the number one brand like in the
And
country.
genetics, because they don't track seeds still. They don't really
Oh,
track pollen.
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
course they don't.
And
Oh my
stop,
God.
please, everybody. Can we stop with the cone pre-rolls? They royally suck. And about a half inch to an inch above it, it gets so clogged. Can we just go back to if you have to do pre-rolls, you son of a bitches, can you at least make it regular and even like how they do with cigarettes so that people can get an even at least hit if you have to fucking go there? I'd prefer you fucking not, but can you stop with the fucking cones, you motherfuckers? I
I
hate you
think
all.
I think of the pre-rolls as like fishing lures, right? You're just out there looking to like get people into weed. Like, check this out. It's just like I'm not overly confident smoking full melt bubble with people that have never smoked cannabis. I've done it. I can do the micro dab. I pull a pin out because any other dabber is too big and pulls too much out. But if no one's ever had a dab before, I'll pull the pin out and just the first dab, they blow it out, they taste it. It was nothing. There almost nobody gets high off that. But they're now on the other side of their fear that they had about this experience that they've seen people whiting out, they've seen people grabbing the red hot bowl, they've seen all of these ways that you can fuck up, and they're nervous about it. A lot of people are nervous about it. They don't blow torches and all this other crazy shit. But once you give them that little micro dab and they can be on the other side of it, then it's like, well, I can give you another one. I can even give you another one. But if I take a dab with this, I can't ungive it to you. You're going to be high for like at least 45 minutes to an hour. And although for whatever reason, I think I thought it was hilarious in my 20s, I'm just like offended by it in my 50s. I'm just like, this is knocking people out and making people uncomfortable is the worst thing you could do for the
Right.
extracts world. Now, if
It
you're
deters
begging
people.
for it and you're saying, hey, I want to be uncomfortably high, oh my God, deliver that guy a half gram hot dab. He just asked for it, give it to him. But otherwise, pull
Well,
back, mellow.
another trend that's happening down here, and even though it's still a small market sector, it's growing exponentially, is beverage. And beverage
Mhm.
doesn't give a shit about strain. All they need is 10 milligrams of THC, and they don't care where that THC came from, whether it came from a reaction vessel or what actually came from a plant. It doesn't make a difference. And so
True.
there you have big money because in order to have canning facilities, I mean, think about it like this. Big Beverage is already all set up to do this. The nano emulsification of THC now gives them just another ingredient to drop in to their big
Wow.
production,
It
right?
also well, I wouldn't say it completely stabilizes. It's the most stable cannabis product. It's like they want to stabilize flour and hash and
Right.
oils, but you can't. You can slow it down and put it in a cold chain, but like it's not stable. It's literally volatile. That's the word used to describe it. It's not
But
stable.
where
It's the opposite.
where they have considerable tailwinds pushing them into this market is they have these huge distribution channels, Marcus, and
Yeah.
they're outside needing, a cannabis license. So like in Minnesota and I think now in Texas and a few other states, you can sell these things at the liquor stores,
Yeah.
10 milligram drinks. And, I
More than 10 milligrams,
well,
50,
even more than
100.
that, but I mean, like, so how do you compete with that? You can't compete with that, right? Like, ATN, do you sell beverages at your store? I mean, do people come in and buy beverages there? Yeah,
They do, but they can go up the street to Bev Mo and, at the end of the aisle buy, the same drinks for probably much cheaper because they don't have to deal with the licensing and all of that. So, yeah, we do, but not like we used to because they're up the street for cheaper in a
right.
regular store.
And cheap that matters, right? I mean, if you're spending like
Absolutely. If a consumer is going
hundreds
to
of
pay
dollars,
$8 for a 4 pack or $5 for a
right?
4 pack, but people are going to drive that a little extra to save that three
Ours
bucks.
ours are $8 a can.
Yeah.
For one can, $8. Now listen to this. If you want to hear how fucked the Canadian cannabis regulatory framework was, whatever, it just shows you everything's topsy-turvy. Like the same way, unfortunately, the police flip the law upside down, lawyers flip the law upside down, doctors flip health upside down. We're living in a topsy-turvy world. And so when cannabis became legal in Canada, the first thing to become a part of the cold chain, where like you go into a store and there'd be like a little fridge, and you'd be like, oh, they're keeping it cold. The only thing in the fridge was beverages with 10 milligrams of distillate. So no volatile organic compounds, no aromatic compounds,
Right.
just distillate. And that's the only thing in the store that's cold. Everything else in on the shelves in the back is all at room temperature, and the whole store of course reeks like weed. And I'm like, oh, that smells so good. And then the person behind the counter is like, yeah, doesn't it? And then I'm like, it's too bad it's not still in the product I was gonna buy. And then they're like, oh, it's like that's a one way of looking at it. It's like cold chain. I'd be in like the center of Canada in Saskatchewan, and the guy would be like, well, that's expensive to keep it cold. And I'm like, bro, you live in Saskatchewan. It's like minus 40 degrees 8 months of the year here. Just put a hole in your roof and pull the air from outside. Like it's the cold chain. If anything else, I pray that the cannabis industry figures out the cold supply chain, because that's a pretty difficult thing to work. Like when you've done everything right from growing the cannabis to harvesting it to processing it to getting it packaged and ready for market, and then someone leaves that shit in a warehouse that's like 96 degrees in the shade for the weekend, and it's a long weekend. Go ahead, NIkka
Eh,
T.
in Canada, you guys have like a central distro, and I did some consulting for them on what temperatures they should be keeping their products at, actually, fairly recently. So hopefully that does change soon.
Well, they're all provincial too, so it's like you got the AGCL and the ALG, AGL. That's the Alberta one. There's the OCS in Ontario. There's the BCLDB in British Columbia. Each province has their own one.
Okay.
And I know they're going to figure it out eventually, and I know it has to work because I know they do it for like spinach and cucumbers and tomatoes and shit. They don't just send that stuff at room temperature, and there's very small margins on that product compared to the margins that are available on our product. So it has to be an affordable option. I mean, Caitlin, don't you want your shit to be preserved right to the day someone cracks it open and takes a rip?
So bad. So bad. It drives me nuts. Somehow we ended up the lucky one in BC, and the BC Provincial Board is the body that sells our product across the country. And for some reason, they've chosen us as the ones that they're going to keep cold, but they won't keep us in the fridge. They'll keep us in the coldest section of their warehouse, which makes no sense. So by the time the product gets to the consumer, it's not what left my building, right? It's very frustrating. We have a second delivery option where we can ship from my facility to stores directly, which is nice. So those ones stay cold. And that's how I know the stores that know the premium product, because they know they're purchasing from me from my fridge and putting it into their fridge, which is what we need to happen across the board. But I can't convince Ontario to put our product in the fridge.
It would be a pretty crazy product if someone invented the stay cold jar that was some sort of like advanced technology, wasn't wasteful and detrimental to the environment, because I can already see the comments in the YouTube page. But wow, wouldn't that just be a dream? You just had a jar and with it, you could like just set the temperature on it, and whenever you opened it, it was just like a cool, ooh, that's honey bananas. That's nice.
Or like
But it's
here
also-
in Canada, we have to do a significant amount of secondary packaging. So I can send you my jar, but I can send it has to go in this because of all these warning labels. But maybe if this package could keep the jar cold, that would be pretty sweet.
It'd be so sweet. Somehow, some way, it would be amazing. Do you
Direct
and
to
Belle?
consumer. Direct to consumer, I
Direct
feel
to
like is the
consumer,
only
yeah.
way to like really control. If you're gonna, I teach my clients not to launch with melt or fresh press unless they have a direct to consumer model, just
Sure.
because there's no control over it unless you have that control. And as a hash maker, we need that control. So I feel like certain direct to consumer models are the only way to go with those, unstable products.
I will say that the Piatella, if you do have a 6-star and you want to stabilize it somewhat, if you turn it into Piatella, I mean, that's basically buttered out sugary resin.
It's shippable, right?
I think it would be interesting. I had some on my counter here for months, and it pretty much stayed. It dried out a little over time and became a little less terpy, but for the most part, it kept its sort of foamy, hashy look that.
Which goes back to, temple balls and so a lot of the other technology in our history of being able to, import, export, transport that material. That's why they were doing it that way. I feel like it just kind of is a nice throwback. I love that Piatella's kind of brought it back to the forefront.
Yeah,
This might be my rose tinted glasses, but I just miss that deli style. Like this is coming from someone who has a bunch of packaging like you guys. Like it's crazy, And like I miss like having the relationship with the bud tender and they like you, so they'll give you the fat nug. They're like, I got you. I see that fat nug in that jar.
Yeah.
Or, like back in the day, people used to just cut our hash up for us. You bring the ball, you sell the ball as is.
I miss doing that too, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to sell the ball as is. And that is up to you how you store that. And if you fuck it up, that's not my problem.
Yep. I have people all the time, oh, how do you, cure your hash? Like, do you cure it in the fridge? And I'll be like, well, that's more of a preserve in the fridge. But yeah, it depends on what you want to do. Like, do you want to off-gas some of your volatile organic compounds because you think the ones underneath might be better? Or are you of the school that you want every last one? I'm not wasting a single one of those. And those are very different schools, and they're very stubborn, each side. Like you can't convince one side of the other. They both are, I'm kind of in the middle. I appreciate both sides. I do appreciate a very nice cured full melt or dry sift, but at the same time, I'll smash something that was freshly made and has all the caustic monoterps in there too, grabbing me by the back of my throat.
Hey, what do y'all think about argon? I know, this is a solventless group, but I've been seeing a lot of really cool results from utilizing argon to remove oxygen in the environment and stop
Oh yeah.
oxidization for
Yeah,
long periods and things.
it was
Yeah.
originally a mix. People were talking 80% nitrogen, 20% CO2. But when they found is that the cannabis, when it degrades in the containers, because that's what happens in California, it actually turns to CO2. So the change in NIkka T was to argon. That way, it was another stable inert gas to stabilize that with the nitrogen seems to be better. That way, if you read any CO2, you know that it's the degradation of the plant. So that's where science has recently interacted. But I don't see a lot of products that unfortunately do. And I wish we had cold chain and that 80-20 mix would stabilize
Argon
flower
argon
and
is
I've been,
hash and
heavier.
make it
Argon is heavier than air, right? So
right.
Exactly.
yep,
argon
it'll push out the
argon will
oxygen.
yeah,
Yep.
argon well pushes out. So air is 79% nitrogen, right? So it's mostly nitrogen what we're breathing. There's a little bit of oxygen in there, but so argon in a container, like if you're flushing out a container, people like to blanket, you know,
Backfill.
distillate or any
Yeah.
product with, yeah, even flour. Hey, Nika, it's good to see you again, buddy.
What
Man,
up,
it's
bro?
so good to see you when you're up here in Vermont. It's good to see your bearded face here on camera. Um, yeah, so argon, which is more expensive than nitrogen, is heavier, and so it'll actually volumetrically displace everything that's underneath it in a
Mhm.
closed container. So it's just more efficient
I've
at
been
creating
using it a lot in
your,
my cold cure, in my carts. It's just, I don't know. I think for shelf stability, it's been a fun little new toy, newer for
yeah,
me, anyways.
absolutely.
I used it 25 years ago in my dry suit for scuba diving in the Pacific Ocean in the winter. And so when you regulate with argon, because it's heavier, and this is weird because you're warmer with argon gas regulating your buoyancy compensator, which basically is your dry suit and when you're dry suit diving. So yeah, I used argon. The ocean's really cold. Like it's cold on top, but when you go down like 20 or 30 feet, oof, gets wicked, wicked cold. So yeah, dry suit, little argon in there. And I guess the heavier aspect of it just makes the air or the space between your body and the dry suit warmer than colder.
Yes, yes.
Hey,
So
Nick,
But
I have a
the other thing
question.
you have to be careful about, and we should make sure everyone knows about this, is you can asphyxiate yourself. You can literally die by breathing argon. So if you took a balloon, like you were sucking on a nitrous balloon, and that was
mhm,
full of argon, and you suck that in, you can
exactly.
die because it'll
Exactly.
volumetrically displace all the air, which is
Oh,
the oxygen
That's
in
correct.
your lungs. And now it's going to take several breathing cycles for you to completely clean
wow.
that out. So yes,
This
Good
is
to
why
know.
our dry suits
Good
were
to know, Dr.
sealed.
Mark. Yeah, 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 yeah.
do
So,
I've
not
seen
breathe it.
I've
Did you
seen lots
notice
of people.
immediately?
I've seen lots of people knock
Good.
themselves out with nitrous oxide from breathing it straight without taking a pause with oxygen.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That's a fished lot
Yeah,
standard.
but they could have not only died from asphyxiation, you know, when you
Head
have that much
trauma.
nitrous in your system, it starts affecting main brainstem function, like your pulmonary function and your ability to breathe and your ability to
So here's
exchange
here's a weird thing, Dr. Mark.
oxygen and CO2.
When I broke my collarbone about 4 months ago, I went to the hospital in Whistler. And she was like, "Oh, let me get you some pain meds." And I was like, "Oh, I don't take those." And she's like, "Ooh," she's like, "This is a really painful break." I'm like, "I know, I did it on this side already, and you guys told me the same thing." And
We got our
no,
edibles.
I'm good or whatever. And she's like, "Okay, well, what about like, do you want some nitrous oxide?" She's like, there's no amount you can do of that that's too much." And she like wheels this nitrous oxide tank into my, and I've never used nitrous oxide as a pain relief, but holy shit, dude, this shit was, I wasn't laughing. It just melted the pain, the shock. I was in total shock. It had happened like 20 minutes prior. So I was just like in shock. It melted the shock away. I just thought it was the strangest thing. She was like, here's the nitrous. And then she was like, and remember, there's no amount you can do that can kill you, or something like that. Or I was just like, that's a weird
Well,
thing
and
to
it's
say to
likely a
someone.
blend, like they have some oxygen in
The
there to make
fuck?
sure that you're not going to die.
Maybe,
It's
probably.
different
I would think
when it's
so.
medically administered.
Yeah,
But
because
you
they
Yeah,
gotta,
don't
you
kill
and
gotta
people. They
also
don't kill
remember
people at
this.
hospitals.
You gotta also
in
remember this.
America, dentists have used it for years.
Oh
True.
yeah, absolutely. You got to also remember this, just on the chemistry side of thing, that any other combination, so nitrous oxide is N2O, but any other combination of nitrogen and oxygen is toxic, right? So NO2 is toxic, N2O2 toxic. All the other, possible compounds you could make between nitrogen and oxygen are really bad for you. And the reason why it works on pain, Mark, is it does have some action at the pain receptors, and that's actually
Analgesic or something?
yeah, absolutely. There's some type of analgesic
Hmm.
function that nitrous actually
I can
serves there.
attest. My dentist has never used it. I've never taken it. I think I might have tried a balloon in the early 90s or something on tour. It wasn't my vibe. But this was like, I was hitting it. They were laughing because every time you hit it, it has a regulator mouthpiece that goes bub 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 bub. So you can hear it throughout the whole. I'm like in a closed room, and it started really like bub 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 bub, and then at the end it was like bub 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 bub. Like people were giggling. They were like, "Hey, you might want to go take that tank away from him." It's like Bubble Man getting down. Hey, I want to talk more about the Cali weed and music thing. I will tell you, Caleb, the most excited I ever was. I have a huge connection to reggae music. It's like my favorite music of all time. And so to have to be sung about in a reggae song was kind of like, okay, like when, who's gonna drop it, right, Etienne? Right? So yeah, I can't
Bro, I
remember if it
play
was
that tune. Isn't it Loot and Fire, somebody from that camp?
Lutan Fire did one. I think he did one called Sweet Trichome. Richie
Yeah.
Spice did one called Dabbin', which is
Yep,
amazing
yep, yep.
because Richie Spice, the first time he ever went up to my rig in Kingston, it was the straight fab that actually this friend he has that straight fab that I dabbed Richie out with in Jamaica. So the first time he ever saw it, he was, Richie's kind of a quiet dude. He's just like kind of in the background, quiet. And we brought him up to the pipe and he didn't really know what to do. So he blew on it and the water came up out of the D nail. It was a D nail sick dish. So it was like, it was no, like if it was a sapphire, ooh, that thing would have cracked right in half. It would have been a bad scene. But it was the sick dish, the silicone carbide dish. And so I was like, dude, it's totally doesn't matter at all. I can wipe this down, no harm done. But that was the beginning of the first time I ever dabbed him out. And then 2 years later, he wrote that song Dabbin', which is definitely, I actually got to in Jamaica at a concert go on stage with him and dab while he was singing that song. He's like, Bubble Man, come dab up on stage, while I sing the song. I was just like, this is fucking surreal. So how many different things like that did you look at, Caleb? Is it just Cali weed right now, sort of on the surface, or are you going a little deeper into sort of these certain terms that catch on? And Germany, of all places, that's interesting, which also has probably, I don't know what you would say, NIkka T, outside of California, one of the largest reggae followings on the planet. They got to be up there.
And Japan. I mean,
And
Japan
Japan.
loves Bob Marley, but yeah, Germany is huge. Germany is huge for reggae. Like the pressings that I get from Germany, the 7-inch pressings are always way more high quality than any US pressing, any Jamaican pressing. German vinyl is of another level. They're real audiophiles that come out of, German production, I feel.
Yeah.
That's
German
coming from
German
Philly too.
audiophiles. German audiophiles.
For real.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
The
I
So
Rasta
like the
culture
ones
is
that
pretty popular in Japan, actually. When I was a kid, I used to go shopping at these little Rasta stores in Japan, and it kind of you wouldn't think, but yeah, to your point, Nick, like they they really do love their reggae music, and they're really good at it too. They have some really great groups that come out of Japan and Korea, I think at Sierra Nevada, I don't know if you were there, Nick, but one year at Sierra Nevada, there was this Korean reggae band, and they killed it. That was one of the best shows I've seen, but I wish I can remember their name, but that was fun. Sierra Nevada is a really fun reggae festival that used to happen out here in Mendocino County.
We've gone for 2 decades or some shit. It's really sad that it's not going to be happening anymore. But yeah, Sierra Nevada was like my stomping grounds. I feel
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that's probably where we met initially.
Yeah, probably.
Like
But
when
that
you were
that
like little.
yeah, I was really young, man. Like I was really like in my early 20s when you saw me walking around with Frenchie everywhere.
No, I think even before that. I think I'm talking well before the Frenchie time. I'm talking like when I would, see your brother in the dance when we were teenagers. So
Okay. Okay. I hear you. I hear you. Yeah,
like I
yeah.
think that's probably when I first met you. You were probably like real young. When did you
No,
first start going
actually,
to Sierra?
no, well, you might be confusing me for somebody else just because
Okay.
I get that a lot in my town. Don't get me wrong. I get that a ton. There is somebody out here that looks like me.
All
But no, I lived in Japan when I was a teenager. I grew up
Okay.
overseas. Yeah, I actually moved to the United States when I was 19 years old.
All right. So maybe that
So
was the first times I was seeing you.
yeah, but my brother was here. My brother was very young and here, and
Yeah. No,
those
I
were his
definitely know your
stomping
brother from
grounds.
back
Yeah,
then. Definitely know
yeah,
your brother
yeah,
from back then.
yeah. So that's cool though.
Uh,
And what a
I,
great show. And God, that Korean band that was off the charts. I was like my jaw dropped to the ground. They were so good. Best reggae ever.
Need to find
I,
that band's name.
Yeah, yes,
I,
yes.
I,
You know
I,
what? I'll put it in the comments later once I find it.
Go ahead, Sam.
I like the reggae music that includes songs like Skunk and Haze and, you know,
Dude, your mark that you put on the I'm sure is uncomparable. Like when I first went to Amsterdam, everything was skunk number one. In like 95, it was every coffee shop was like skunk, haze, Northern Lights. It was like those were the standards. Those were the OGs. Caleb, it was you were about to answer before you missed it. So why don't you go ahead now?
Got it this time. So,
Yeah, brother.
with reggae specifically, when they are singing about Cali weed, there's a portion of time when it's not about California, it's Cali with a K, right? Or it's Collie. And
Right.
that transition itself can be viewed as well. And that's very interesting. And so for people that don't know, Cali with a K is referring to a Indian deity that is past related. And so like there are certain cultivars, right? Like Cali Mist with a K that you might see people selling with a C, and they're just getting the story wrong, arguably. But there are also artists where, like for instance, Collie Buds, who right there between reggae and hip hop, where you can see like when early on in his career, he mentions Cali weed with a K. Later on, it's Cali weed with a C. And you can see the context of the mentions changing and everything like that across reggae artists and hip hop artists. Even hip hop artists originally might have been mentioning it with the K before Cali really became online. And it's very to go off of what Sam the Skunkman was saying. I have been looking a lot also on like specific cultivar mentions. So I sent him a very funny song about skunk from the UK that I'd love to send to everyone else as well. The chorus basically goes, he didn't sell me weed, he sold me skunk. And the whole song is about how skunk got him way too high. And it's just hysterical that this kind of stuff happens, and it's totally part of the cannabis culture. And so this Cali weed analysis I did just during this past summer. And there's like the small list of a few hundred songs that have the explicit Cali weed mentioned, but I've got other lists of like, I found like 100 songs that are just about gelato. There's dozens of songs with the title gelato, let alone, talking about
Bro,
smoking
send me that
on.
list. Shervinsky
I
wanted me to
got
make
you.
him a
Yes.
mixtape, bro. He wanted me to make him a gelato
All right.
mixtape, and I
We
just
can
have
definitely get
been
You
that
just
done.
got
slacking.
it, dude. You
I've been
just got the
slacking. Give me that
mixtape.
list, bro, and then I can work this.
I got you.
That's so
Yeah.
good.
And then like so haze skunk you can see is very much more popular out in Europe than for instance there are other cultivars that get rapped about in America that then you kind of see where the waves start, like OGs, the perps, and there's also certain terms that go beyond like the cultivar specific mentions where when you talk about smoking on blank nowadays, that could be beyond talking about weed. There's all sorts of martial implications there as well. If you say that you're smoking on perhaps some ops or something, there's all sorts of interesting slang and slang, music, the youth, cannabis. It's all part of this culture developing, and being able to see it ongoing has really been something.
Hey
I,
Caleb, have you seen Billy Strings video California Sober?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, epic, right? He
Yes.
basically shows up at Willie Nelson's tour bus, goes in there and smokes a couple fatties and writes a song called California Sober with Willie Nelson. How cool is that? Yeah, Billy's a big smoker. Billy smokes during the middle of his shows. It's so great. I mean, the guy is just probably the most phenomenal guitar player on planet Earth today, and smokes huge fatties during the middle of his shows. It's great. Good to promote
So
the culture.
I remember lots of time in reggae. I mean, Kali, Colie. I mean, I heard that for years. Caleb, is that only referenced in Jamaican music, the Cali weed, before it became Cali weed? Because to my knowledge, I only heard it through, reggae or dub style, you know.
Yeah. And so
Kali's
looking
like a
in, go ahead.
sorry, Kali's like a patois version of Cali, which came from the Indian culture because there's so much Indian culture in Jamaica. There's just there's that Indo-Caribbean,
the Coolies.
Yeah. Yep. The coolies, everywhere they went, they brought their ganja, and that is the beginning of smoking culture in a lot of disparate
Well, they
places
they
around the
also
world.
went where they went at their own accord, right? Like becoming indentured slaves in Jamaica, but they still got on the boats and packed their luggage. They did not do that in Africa. Africans weren't grabbing cannabis seeds and like recipes and shit. They were just getting like thrown onto boats. Indians were like packing suitcases and like, oh, we're going to live in a better world. Like this is going to be amazing. So it's pretty crazy how that played out. But the Indian culture has a big footprint in Jamaica. I'm convinced Jamaican patties are flattened out samosas, like almost certainly. Um, the whole like all the like the when you meet a dread in Jamaica that has like 9 or 10 foot long dreadlocks, for sure he comes from India. His family is of Indian lineage. Those guys grow dreadlocks like nobody's business. It's
but then they
unbelievable.
can't grow facial hair either.
No,
It's
yeah,
a
like
that
three
certain
over
like
here and four over
reddish
there.
tinted skin, and yeah, like I mean, shit, like Richie Spice, I'd say is from that
100%.
cultural push.
Yeah.
Also in Suriname, same story.
Yep. And there were Indian indentured servants that went to Cambodia as well, and a lot of other places.
What's the earliest song that you have found that has a reference to cannabis?
So when I first started looking, it was just what I could find on YouTube. So it was limited also to like English language stuff. So, I got to like some early jazz songs, maybe the 1920s. And then once I talked with Skunkman Sam through you at TN, learned about other older music that's not even in English, that's about hash and cannabis. So really, there's always stuff to learn.
So you're deep
Pa-
diving on that now. Gotcha.
Pakistan, India, yeah, they all have old cannabis music.
Well, then, Sam, what's the oldest reference of music that you have found that has cannabis?
I don't know the true history and dates of a lot of this music, and a lot of it I can't understand because it's in Hindi or a different language. But I did turn uh, Caleb onto the Greek stuff I was familiar with, which is some of it's pretty old.
The Rebetiko.
Yeah,
Rebetiko.
I've got a huge collection of that and a
Nice. I
book
got some
about
of
it
those tunes
also.
as well. I downloaded a bunch of them for this high tea event because I felt like it was very fitting. Yeah, it's trippy. Rebetico, hashishin music.
The high tea event was a perfect place for that music to be playing.
People don't understand that Greece used to be the major exporter of hashish in Europe. Uh, long before, uh, I mean, they were making hash in linen bags like Lebanon does today.
How long ago?
Oh, like 100 years ago or longer.
Hmm. Interesting. Linen, yeah, that's yeah, tell you. Use your head and you can come up with some pretty good ways. I saw a video in Afghanistan the other day where they were doing the linen and it was just the seed, but it was a real nice one. He had broken up weed on top and it was just raining dry sift down. It actually had a nice looking color, even though it's always done in the darkest, dingiest kind of basement without window room. Some great videos on YouTube of traditional hash making in Afghanistan if you search for it. I think Charsi is one of them that has just all the pressing, the heating, the whole process from like harvesting all the way to the end, and it's very, very traditional and authentic. It's pretty cool to see.
It's absolutely fascinating how, cannabis was made, oppressed in various different cultures, so we hid it in song, right? In Egypt, they even changed the name of hashish, right? So that, when the Napoleonic people were trying to make it illegal. So it's fascinating how we still find ways to hide it in plain sight, right? That we did, right? We saw it really emerged sociologically through song, right? It was Cypress Hill was a really big push in the hip hop community that really broke that door open, right? Remember the High Times when they had the showing how to roll a blunt? I mean, that was culturally huge in the sense and that those ripples then felt safer for other musicians to, well, if they can do it, then maybe I can. Because, they go out on stage and smoke and have smoked on stage every fucking show since the beginning, So, I mean, be real and they have nothing but keep it real, but also open that door so others can do the same, right?
Yeah,
You got to
pushing the
Right.
remember that
Now
envelope.
he's
you got to remember that the Egyptians were pulling the teeth out of hashish consumers because they weren't smoking it back then. They were eating it. And they would pull your teeth out. But what they would do is give you rotten milk to drink, make you throw up. And if it came up green, they pulled your teeth out.
Yeah, and those guys kept eating hash, proving that even 400 years ago, prohibition didn't work.
Yeah, they destroyed the Garden of Kafur, which
They
was
did.
a center of hashish.
We celebrated the Garden of Kafur at one of the Legends of Hashish years ago. I have the card in one of these desk
Absolutely
drawers.
correct.
Yeah, that was awesome. The Garden of Kafur. I was looking for the Garden of Kafur, and instead, I think I found like a Simpsons sticker of Big Buddha eating a burger. The shit you find, man. The shit you find. It's everywhere. It's all around me. It's ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Yeah, 2025. I'm pretty excited for this year. I gotta say, it seems like things are picking up, and the further away we get away from that whole COVID disaster, what is better, I feel. Every year that we get past that is just like another better year, and feel pretty positive. I started the year off by jumping in the Pacific Ocean. It was cold, let me tell you, but I did it with my whole community. I don't know, there was probably 200 of us or 100 of us. I don't know how many of us. It's a small community here. There's only about 1,100 people that live in my little village. I love that I live in a village. I live in the village of Lions Bay, a small seaside shanty. It's quite lovely. Just across from Bowen Island, Davis,
Yeah.
just across from Bowen Island.
Lions Bay is definitely a really special spot for sure. I've been going there since I was like pretty young.
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing out there. Yeah, there's something really distinct about like the small communities around in BC. It's really the people are really pleasant. There's really that sense of community too that I really like. That I feel
Mm.
like you maybe don't necessarily get as much these days in smaller towns. It's kind of becoming more decentralized the way like people do things. But I can't speak for Lions Bay, but I feel over here there's still a lot of that, which is fantastic.
Well, you have your hall, right? Your town hall that everyone goes to for parties and stuff. And when you go to those parties in a place like Salt Spring Island or Bowen Island or even Lions Bay, you'll
Yeah.
see people of all ages at those parties, from like 3 years old up to like 85 or 90 years old. Our elder was 103 years old. She just passed away last year,
Wow.
Bernice. But yeah, it was just kind of like you get together with your community. You didn't have to like, there's definitely a price you pay when you isolate yourself towards like people that are only like-minded people. And there's a
Yeah.
total value. I mean, it's why I love Hash Church so much, of having your community of your tribe who vibrate at your frequency. But there's also a real value in hanging out with people who are in your community, regardless of their frequency, and
Yeah.
learning things that you would otherwise completely not be exposed to. I have a real appreciation for that small village mentality, and that's why we raised our kids here, not in a big city.
Well, there's all that diversity, you're right. Like what's really interesting over here is that whether it's politics or just individual let's say like ideology, there's a really diverse set. And for me at least, I found I was really fortunate to grow up with people who had very different perspectives. And maybe I don't necessarily agree with everything they say, but I can see the logic and points and arguments that they have that maybe I disagree with, but I see where their logic's coming from. And I feel that these days, you kind of tend to stay more in your group. And then when there's that, you don't really necessarily open up to any ideas that aren't yours or aren't what people around you would have. I think
Exactly.
also what was pretty unique here is that it's such a diverse set of what people's professions are. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of construction here, but I mean, there's a lot of artists. I mean, I came from a family of artists, and a lot of people around me are. And then on top of that, too, I mean, we have researchers like Wade Davis who live on Bowen Island. So it's pretty mind blowing. And if people aren't aware of his work, it's he's done a lot of work on psychoactive drug research, which is pretty fascinating, ranging from all different continents.
Yeah, Wade's amazing for sure, no doubt about it. Yeah, there's a real value in that, maintaining access to people that don't necessarily think like you. I think what happens when you hang out with people in a village like that, you become less polarized, and you all tend to live metaphorically kind of in the body of the bird when it comes to your belief systems. You're mostly in agreement. And it's only in the isolation, when you isolate yourself into these particular groups and really isolate, that you get pushed further and further into the extreme left or the extreme right. But it's
Yeah,
like those wings can't fly without the bird. And
yeah,
one of those wings can't fly without the other wing. So it's like the bird needs to be whole. Figure it out.
no, definitely. I just wanted to say to what Caleb's been talking about the history of music and its connection with cannabis, like American culture in terms of the development from like jazz in the 20s to then blues to then rock, all the way up to hip hop and the current age. Like it's amazing how many references and how entangled, I guess I'd say, both are. I mean, like the jazz community would not have been what it was through the 20s to the 60s if it wasn't for the connections it had to the cannabis industry, even all the way back then. And same,
Yeah.
I'd say the same would apply to blues and rock as well, and hip hop.
And
And
glass blowing.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
There's
If you
There's
the
connections.
something
Viper,
about it that just lifts your soul. You just get when I was a kid, it's almost like I had like two left feet. I did dance, I did all that, and when I started smoking weed, I could dance, I could feel rhythm, like music was like I don't know, there's just another level that like I just wish like I wasn't shamed on as a kid for like wanting to smoke weed because there was something where like not only was dance and rhythm so much more easier, but math was easier. I was like, oh, I can do math really quick in my head now. I don't know what it is, but there's something about making music while you're high and you're just on this level and especially like you're saying, Davis, the jazz, like everybody is playing a different instrument, but they're all on the same vibration.
Yeah.
And like and weed is like and it happens with a lot of things. You can be like we are now, we're all high and we're all having a really deep and in-depth conversation where we're on the vibration. But it's crazy that weed has influenced through time. And I mean that's just talking about jazz. I mean, who knows what the tribal music drum circles were like when everybody was high. That must have been lit. They must have had so much fun.
Oh
Well, it's also
yeah.
not just the names in music now. I mean, the names of bands have gone cannabis, right? Which has been a significant shift, right? It's one thing to hide that, right, within a song. It's another thing to really out yourself. In the early 90s, I traveled with another band out of San Francisco called Total Devastation, and they were totally about cannabis from the top to the bottom. And, the reactions we got when we were in New Mexico versus Arizona early on, I mean, people were like, what the flying fuck are you guys talking about? How dare you come to Texas and talk about marijuana, and be not even white and saying that sort of shit. It was really challenging, Stephen.
No, I was gonna piggyback on what Laura said. Like ETN and I are both veterans. A lot of the work that I do is with athletes. I know you were talking about your jujitsu. I think it's funny that we want our musicians to be high, but then we ridicule our athletes for being high. And it's just like that performance that you were just
Yeah,
talking about, that flow state, which is like the focus of my whole work. That flow state does go back to indigenous cultures across every continent, like you said, drum circles and different things like that. And I think it's funny that we do want our artists, like if there's an artist who smokes and they didn't smoke before that performance, you're gonna be like, oh man, this isn't gonna be as good as it could be. But if
yeah.
if you find out that your best athlete, broke some record and they had cannabis in their system, then we're just like, that's actually penalized. We don't want that. But it's all flow states, it's all performance.
That's a good way of putting it, the flow state in it. Yeah, I like that. And how it really does help achieve the flow state. Even in, yeah, you're right. In my martial arts, if I'm on a vibe, and not only on weed too, sometimes mushrooms, sometimes a little acid. I'm real about it, but not a lot, but there's a point where it's just like I achieve this flow state, like the music's going, you're just going with your partner, like nothing else matters in the world, and you're just like it's amazing. It feels
Well,
really good. And it
Laura,
feels
did
good
you
to
also
achieve that with instruments too.
Laura, did you
Sorry,
also
Etienne.
feel that, when you were also, doing your, your martial arts, that it helped center you, because when I was a kid, I remember, when I would go for my Taekwondo, we would sit and we'd have to center ourselves and get ourselves there. I would have the hardest time doing that. But if I smoked a little bit of pot, I was there and ready. Did you
Yeah.
find that preparation?
Yes. Yeah. I like doing both. Like I like doing it just through breathing and like finding self-acceptance and like accepting myself, accepting my choices, like loving myself, like trying it through the yogi style too, like breathing, but every now and then like I find myself more of the not because I have to check out through a busy day. I have to switch hats. It's like I have to take a production hat off and put uh, martial arts hat on. And weed helps achieve that flow state and helps me get into that moment and like really just have a good time. And that's what I love because I like laughing. I spend a lot of my time laughing and I like having a good time. And sometimes, especially after a long, hard day, as we all have, like that cannabis, and like you said, Etienne, just getting into that um state and just like ex and being like just one with yourself and one with your partner, and just kind of not having to think about anything else um outside of just like what you guys are doing, like dancing. It's like it's very much like dancing too, and it gets you kind of in the mood for dancing.
I get it on my snowboard when I'm ripping down the backside of
Oh,
Whistler
I bet.
Bowl, and I've got like Metallica Disposable Heroes blaring in my
Sounds
ears.
awesome.
Da, 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 da,
That
da,
sounds
da.
amazing.
Oh my God.
That
Probably going
sounds
around
so rad.
80 kilometers
Stop
an
right
hour.
there.
Just what's that?
No, I was saying that's superhero stuff right there. Like that's
It
why
is. It
I like
is.
my job because people now know like music can put you in this heightened state. And then if you have cannabis in your system, you're in this flow state. So you're almost in this balance of like the energy of the music is like surging through me. I can feel my body, but I'm also very calm and focused. I can see everything right before it happens. And I think that's what all of us are looking for. Like when people think everybody's getting blitzed, a lot of us are so stressed out. This does bring us to that like very natural flow state of balance. I told somebody the best way I can explain mushrooms to people. Imagine you bought like $1 million hat and you walked outside and a bird shit on it. Your natural reaction is to freak out and panic. But you consume mushrooms, you buy $1 million hat and walk outside and you go, why would I spend $1 million on a hat? It literally changes your perspective and it buffers that
Yes.
rage and it gives you
And
a second to process.
that perspective is so important because first my heart broke when Belle said, I wish I hadn't been shamed for my cannabis use. And then I thought, on the flip side of that, A, that's terrible. Shame on them. But it's not the shame that brings us down. It's how we react to it. It's our perspective that can either destroy us or it can build us. And so, for any people out there that are feeling shame in regards to their cannabis use or really anything, just realize that you don't have to let it set in, the way it can and does sometimes, depending on your perspective and how you look at it. You don't have to let it in quite as, there's a Simpsons that was done recently. It was Marge and Lisa, and Marge says something to Lisa, and she means it with love, but it's really like terrible. I can't remember what it was, but the word in big thick font goes into Lisa's ear, and it just like settles into her being, and it's such a heavy episode of this mom-daughter energy of the mom, unwittingly destroying the daughter with these words, not realizing that she's taking them the way she is. When we're kids, it's hard. We just take it the way we take it, and that becomes our trauma. But as adults, you can take it differently. And that is really, truly a martial arts of its own.
I can see how people would, it's a fear of like, will they have self-control? Because I do have friends that, they don't do anything, man. They play video games all day and just smoke all day. And I mean that brings them peace and happiness, then by all means do you. But like something tells me their trajectory isn't the most healthy trajectory sometimes. And I can see how like a parent would fear, they don't want their kids to, they definitely want us to practice self-control, but there's this stigma of like, not letting teenagers smoke. But I kind of really wish, because like I really wish like they weren't so hard on we weren't so hard on teenagers being able to access cannabis. Because if I were to have that access as a teenager, I'm pretty sure I probably would have done a lot better. Because there is something when I just started smoking weed, like my mathematics, my writing skills, like everything just skyrocketed, like everything just clicked. Um, but not, I mean, it's not that it was hard for me necessarily, but it's just like I feel like it would have just helped me a lot.
There's
And
a
I know that.
balance coming from a dad with a teenager. I feel like if they start too young, it'll fuck them up in school. Their focus
Mhm.
isn't where it
Yeah,
should be,
yeah,
But I don't know. I try to find that balance still right now. So
yeah. And so I think that's the art, right, of finding that balance, because that's very interesting. And and a lot of the parents here and here in the Emerald Triangle do the same thing. I had a friend, we were driving her kid to school. He took a huge bong rip, put his bong back in his that cushion bong bag and got out, while he was still blowing out the smoke. I'm like, dude, you are the luckiest fucking kid in the world. You just like rip mad bong rip and then put your bong back in. But but this kid has self-control. I mean, this kid now, he built a cabin. He built his own cabin. He's a contractor.
There you go.
It's like you finding that
That's what
balance.
my kid's doing right now too. He's gone
Yeah,
into the
yeah.
workforce.
It's like he
Contractor
built his
builder
own
shit.
home, Like
There's
he's
a
not
lot of
lazy. He just
there's a
needed
lot of
a little
difference.
extra.
There's a lot of difference in kids too. I mean, some of them, cannabis can be such a reward to them that it's hard for them to want to seek other things to find reward, like hard work or doing math or doing physical exercise, whatever it is. And uh, the trouble is, cannabis is just too good.
I like it.
I think my favorite thing, me and my business
Like
do a ton
sugar.
of work with athletes. We're trying to tell athletes like it's not cannabis, it's your system that cannabis is helping you balance, right? You're consuming so that you can help balance your own system that's essentially dysregulated or dysfunctional. As veterans, I always have to tell people nobody wakes up and like, I want to throw my life away or do a bad drug. But people do wake up looking for relief in different kinds of ways. And I think if we acknowledge children also feel trauma and they do feel relief, if you don't educate them on the right pathways, that's how you end up consuming something that's maybe more dangerous. So to your point, I think there is balance because if there's a kid at your school that has epilepsy and he's got a medical permit to consume cannabis, you can't be the parent that just says cannabis is bad. There's different forms and ways and reasons that people consume it. That's why education is so important because the kids know about it. Like they listen to the music, they know all this stuff. But to your point, balance for all of us. I had a 1.8 GPA coming out of high school. I started consuming cannabis after the Marines and I got Ivy League offers to do a PhD. And I couldn't, the stress levels I had growing up on the south side of Chicago, I couldn't focus on school. Once I started consuming cannabis as an adult, like Laura said, school became like a video game almost. It's just like, if I focus on it, I bet you I can do it. Just give me some time.
God, I stunk like weed all the way through high school. It was just like total potentiator of my stereotype, selling weed to everyone. It allowed me to meet every group, right? Like there was guys who were like metalheads that smoked weed. Well, I was friends with those guys. There were like sporto guys that played like football or basketball or hockey. I could sell weed to those guys. There was just every group in the school, but they all had something in common. They all had weed smokers in each of their groups, which kind of gave a nice in to that group. And I just, my goodness, did I potentiate that stereotype. Driving an orange Volkswagen van, 74 Westphalia. I'd park it in the teacher's parking lot because it was right where the kids all came out of this long concrete pathway. And I would sit in the back with my little 90-degree window open. And I had a stove with like blades on the stove, and I would sell hash hits for like, I can't remember if it was 2 for $5 or whatever
We're
it was,
doing
but
hot knives at
hot
school.
knives at school in the teacher's parking lot. Oh yeah. Yeah. Good heat score. Super heat score. It was low key. No one was like taking anything with them. Do you know what I mean? Like when they walked away from the van, they just exhaled. Hot knives too. Oof. Oof.
Glowies, right?
Well, not quite glowies. I always like to let it not glow, but I bet you it was still like 850 to 900 degrees. Oh God, I'm sorry to all of you who paid for that, actually. Oh my goodness. This is insane. Bonkers. Bonkers.
Yeah, Stephen, I wanted to comment on you must have a lot of experience of athletes having, athletes and the cannabis world kind of coming together. I know that we were talking about how it's like we expect our music artists to it's okay, like they get a pass for being all high because it makes good music, but it's not okay for an athlete who's in a lot of pain to use cannabis. No, no, no. You'll get kicked out of the UFC, or no, 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 you'll get kicked off of the football team. Um, so I found that, like, I hope that can change for our society. I'm just curious to see like what, the athletes that you are curious to hear, like the athletes that you work with and like how they go about um advocating for cannabis usage for other athletes.
Yeah, I mean, my consulting company, Azish Consulting, we do a bunch of work with Ricky Williams and other pro athletes. People kind of know those stories, but now we're trying to get like deeper into those stories where we realize where it's it's 75% of some of these pro sports leagues. I heard somebody recently say in the NBA they have a second bus on the team drives for all the guys who smoke weed because that's how many people on one team actually consume cannabis. And most people's eyebrows would raise until you've had the experience of pain relief from cannabis, until you've had the experience of I wasn't sleeping well, cannabis helped me sleep. Then it makes sense why these people who are on the road their whole lives, the most athletic people we've ever seen, whose bodies are breaking down, right? They have a very low range of how we say your best asset is your availability. If you're hurt and not available, your assets drop exponentially. So cannabis keeps most of them going secretly, and it has for decades and decades and decades. They've been friends, like Bubble Man said. They've been friends with the same people who are artists. They've been friends with the people who sell. In college, I know a lot of people who sold weed said their best clients were athletes. So it's just like this is something that's always been known. If we can stop like hiding, when I hear guys in the NFL say 85% of their team smokes weed, I'm like, at this point, we might as well actually talk about it. So, yeah, I mean, it is something that they are advocating for, but you have to realize there's organizational structures that those millions and millions of dollars you make, like Ricky Williams was such a visionary because he did walk away at the top of the game,
Unreal.
leaving millions behind. But that's
Dude,
what makes him a visionary to this day.
dude, Ricky is unbelievable, man. That is the talk about putting your money where your mouth is. Holy shit. Yeah, I gave up on the money. I'm like, why'd you do that? He's like, so I could have weed. I'm like, damn, dude, that is like one of the most powerful statements. He told me that in Barcelona many, many years ago. He walked by my booth and I didn't know him at all. I don't know football actually. Tony V was next to me and he was all starstruck because he was a big football fan. I had no idea who the dude was, but I was like, that dude was
I
prolific
I
in what
got
he said.
I got the best Ricky Williams story. So this is back when he was still playing for Miami. I'm at Berkeley Patients Group. One of my employees comes in and he is running up the stairs and he is hyperventilating. His name's Dr. Tom. He's actually a doctor now. And he is just hyperventilating because, as you can see, I've been a New Orleans Saint fan all my life. I'm from New Orleans, right? So I've followed Ricky's whole path from when he was drafted. So my guy is can't he can't breathe. He's like, and I just can't make it out. And eventually he says, Ricky Williams downstairs. And I'm like, bullshit. And he's like, no, look outside. And I go and I look outside because we're in a second story window and I see a orange flaked Hummer one with, you know, Florida plates. I'm like, oh shit, he's here. So I casually go downstairs and I see him and he's registering. And I'm like, all right, this is cool. Ricky Williams, he's actually still playing in the NFL at this time. So, and he's here. So I'm like, okay. I go around. This is back when before we got evicted from the federal government. So we had on-site consumption. And not only did we have on-site consumption, we had comedy and various other live events. So we had a female comedian randomly that particular day. It was a Friday, and Ricky, he registers, and he comes in and he sits down on the table next to me. And so I'm just kind of casually just smoking a joint that I had rolled, and I had gotten some weed, and I was actually rolling a joint because I was going to ask him to smoke a joint, which he did. But as I was doing it casually and watching him, this comedian on stage is like, "So, has anybody ever been to Texas?" And nobody raises a hand. And so he kind of raises his hand. And she's like, "All right, has anybody ever been to the University of Texas?" And of course, that's where I went to school. So he raises his hand. And she goes, "Well, who the hell are you, Ricky Williams?" And he goes, "Yes, ma'am." And then the entire room just stopped and turned around and we're like, "Oh shit," because he had just shaved his head. He was very clean shaven, but he still had the beard, so you could recognize who he was. And the comedian's just like, "Oh shit. Uh, well, welcome, Ricky." And of course, nobody's facing her at all. They're all just like, "Ah, what?" And that's when I took the moment and I kind of went over to him. I was like, "Hey, Ricky, I know you. I sort of my tattoo. I'm like, followed your career your whole life. Can I smoke a joint with you and just shoot the shit? This is my establishment." He's like, "Oh, yeah, sure." And he was the most down to earth, recognized guy. I called my friend Jeff Jones. He rushed over with a vaporizer to give him because he's like, he should have a healthier version. And he gave him a volcano vaporizer and we sent him on his way. So that was, that was my Ricky Williams story, which was absolutely hilarious just because I felt bad for the poor comedian. She's just trying to do her thing and she's got a joke and she unfortunately never was able to recover from it. But it was just one of those epic moments. So ask Steven, if you see him next time, ask him if he remembers that.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask him. Yeah, Rick is very down to earth. He's always made himself very accessible to the community. Um, I think I actually met Rick on a Ganji Air call where I was there as a Trichome Institute person. He was there as a Ganji Air person. And we were there with a bunch of people just talking about the quality of product. And he was explaining how athletes are some of the best people as an audience to explain quality to. You could tell the whole country right now about the difference between craft and mass-produced cannabis. They might not care. You tell an athlete the difference between something like supplements or Gatorade, or you tell them anything they put in their body and you tell them, "Hey, this is premium and this is unleaded." They're like, "Oh, I only want the premium," right? So Rick has been a huge person, like to just talk about those different things and the difference in product quality.
Dude,
And the athletes listen.
think of if these companies actually figured it out. All the NBA, all the NFL, right? These massive multi-billion dollar teams. This would be like the dream job too. You get set up. "Oh, what are you doing?" It's like, "Oh, I'm the grower for the Kansas City Chiefs. I grow all the flour that all of those players use, and I'm the extract maker. I make the hash for." And they have a state-of-the-art facility. It's all living soil. It's all like there's agronomists, there's all these scientists that work and collect data. We're like developing cultivars for specific athletes. Like that shit, who has money to burn like those companies? Could you imagine the grows and the hash making facilities that would exist in an NBA or an NFL football team? It'd be pretty
Well,
crazy.
That team would chief down, wouldn't they?
They would. They would. That's why I picked the Chiefs, man. Come on. I think that was a no pun
well,
intended
because
sort of thing, or
Steven,
Can we change them to the Keefs?
we could
Well,
change it to the
Stephen,
Chiefs.
to say what you were saying about the athletes back when I worked at the Galaxy Gallery, the head shop in the 90s in Los Angeles, the Portland Trailblazers came in, bought a rack of bongs and pipes, all the down stems, all the rubber pieces, cleaning equipment, and the team equipment guy is the guy who came in and picked it all up, and it actually traveled with the actual basketball and all of their training equipment. So it's been part, I mean, trust me, we were all like, "Yeah, you never saw us here," sort of shit. And this is way back in, like I said, 90, 97, 98. So that was really mind blowing to me to see how not only integrated it was within the system, this system adapted, modified itself illegally, because I know the commissioner and all them were like, "We never saw this sort of shit," but it still went on. So how does, I mean, the NBA has relaxed its policies, right? and the NFL is in the midst of going through that. What's taken the NFL so long? Because the NBA and the others have seen the direct effects cannabis has had positively on their athletes, especially because of the more games and rushing them, the Thursday night games and things like that that are really forcing quick recovery that was unheard of back in the 80s and 90s, but now they're forced to live. How do they negotiate that reality versus that corporate reality versus taking care of their bodies?
Well,
They
go
see
ahead.
them as assets, right? Your team is good if your best player is available. If your player's constantly getting hurt every year and you're like, we fired everybody, we changed players, what's something? If there was this one tool that could keep our players healthy so that we can make a bunch of money off of our players, if there was
Well,
something that could help with concussions and pain, then it's just like they've been secretly trying to tell you that they already found something that works for them, but your policy is why so many of them either secretly use it or avoid it.
they just want to deny CTE even exists. So this is the mentality. Like when Etienne was wondering, I wonder why the NFL hasn't figured this out. It's like I think it has to do with their close, intimate relationship with Satan. Like
I
who?
think I think I think though, Mark, I think there could be there, I totally agree with you. And like 3 or 4 years ago, when the NFL first mentioned that they were going to spend $1 billion in research on medical issues that impact football players, their first emphasis was not on CTE at all. And that was right after the movie Concussion came out, right? Where if you're a football player or if you played football or you're a football fan, watch the movie Concussion, one with Will Smith. Yeah, that's slapping the face Will Smith. I think he's a douche for that. But anyway, make a long story short, it's a really good movie. And I don't believe you'll ever watch a football game in the same way again after watching that movie. But if you look at the way the NFL spent their dollars, so their first projects that they funded in academia to look at health related issues had nothing to do with CTE. It had to do strictly with pain. How do we deal with pain so we can shoot the players with something on the sideline and send those multi-million dollar people back out onto the field to generate billions of dollars for these corporates that are basically got their fingers in the pie? And that's the key. Just like Deep Throat said, follow the money. The reason why this hasn't been brought to the forefront is because the right amount of Ben Franklins have not exchanged hands. It's all having to do with money. Because now, if you look at their portfolio, and I think ATN, I think you had mentioned this previously on an episode of Hash Church, and I think, did we have the Canadian researcher on? I've met her, but I
Her
know that.
name's Liz Thompson.
Right. I know they're now shifting their portfolio to focus on CTE. So I think they're recognizing that, yes, the human brain inside the skull, inside a football helmet, was never meant to handle this level of trauma. And if you play football from your peewee years completely through high school, completely through college, you've experienced a lifetime of brain trauma. It's amazing it's not more prevalent, Stephen, right? If you think about it. And the other thing, I guess, is that think about the football NFL's business model. When those players are being paid millions of dollars and they're on that field, they're generating advertising revenues for all of the sponsors and all the players. When they're retired, the NFL could give a shit about them, right? And those are the people who come down with CTE after they leave the game. And there's certainly players who leave the game either on their own accord, like Ricky and other people, but there's also people who end up leaving the game not realizing they have CTE and then later on end up killing themselves, like Junior Seau, who shot himself in the gut knowing that they can study his brain, right? And so the whole notion is that yes, we need to come up with ways of intervening the thing that leads to chronic conditions like CTE in players after they retire from the game, after they retire from the game, they're no longer generating revenue for the sponsors. So guess what? Just shoot some drones full of pain medicine, send them back out onto the field, get revenue, from advertising dollars up. It's all having to do with money, unfortunately. But I think, again, I'll just say this is that it looks like the NFL has recognized that CTE is an issue because now they're funding research not just on pain, but they're funding research on concussion. And we all know and ATM, we've talked about this before, that cannabinoids reduce neuroinflammation. And in the golden hour of trauma, which is right after a concussion occurs, they need a shot of cannabinoids into their brains to reduce neuroinflammation. Because often what happens is that it's the neuroinflammation and the fact that the cranium basically keeps the brain in place. There's no place for it to expand. You often get hemorrhaging and you often have incidents that happen later on. The other thing that I would just say is that it's not just smoking cannabis. I mean, there could be other ways that they can use the endocannabinoid system. And there's so much research that's being done on how to deliver compounds across the blood-brain barrier, how to use not just phytocannabinoids, but the other synthetic cannabinoids like the Win compound and the other endocannabinoids and things that act on the endocannabinoid system to try to figure this all out. I'm not saying that CTE and concussion can be treated with cannabinoids, but right now we don't really know because the plant's been demonized. There hasn't been a whole lot of research, but now there's a lot of things to believe that if we could administer cannabinoids right after, so on the sideline, these guys should be getting nasal spray of cannabinoids goes right into the brain because that's the quickest way into the brain is through the nose. Not smoking, not vaping, not taking a pill. This isn't something that a magic pill. This is something that a transnasal formulation right into the brain can basically help reduce neuroinflammation. And ATN, this could be used in the theater to treat head injury, right? In military
They already
conflict.
are. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, so there's so many different things that they ought to do that would actually be kind of like the way everyone's like, well, why did we pay NASA to put people on the moon? It was all the technology that was developed around the moon landing that benefited society. Well, this is something that
All the
NFL
technology they lost.
NFL should pay for because it's directly affecting the people who are generating the money every Sunday when people tune in and watch NFL football games. There's probably a fair number of those people who are playing in that game who are going to suffer from CTE later on in life. And I
Guaranteed.
think that, cannabinoids could be part of the solution.
Hockey
So
Well,
too.
Stephen,
I'm working.
I actually reached out to you by text. That's exactly what I want to talk to you about. So let's reconnect after this episode if we could.
Yeah, the realities of I'm actually trying to bridge the State Department, trying to actually get that name of that nasal medication that is in the military packs currently in Germany and Israel. That is exactly what it is. As long as you can hit them within that golden hour. Dr. Moshulam found this back in the 60s. That if you were, well, he said they smoked a joint within, that golden hour, it can stop that
Right.
brain swelling from happening. And so I'm rather surprised, Stephen, that the NFL wouldn't be interested in something that could, help prolong, and especially the teams, right? I saw, they're trying every type of recovery method. I saw they had no hand coolers that go over the wrists, to cool down the athletes. It's rather surprising they won't look at protecting them, that they know how serious CTE is. I find it hard that, the money, there's got to be some sort of weird, twisted effort to keep it from, I don't
Well,
understand.
It's just marketing dollars. I wish there was like some Dr. Evil on the moon, like rubbing his little grubby hands together. It really is marketing dollars. The NFL only makes money if we watch. The teams that make the most money sell the most tickets, right? This is all about attention. So, right, if they can get your viewing dollars, then they also can slip in an advertisement. They can say, hey, we have the most viewers. Anheuser-Busch gets an advertising spot. Anheuser-Busch, they pay a ton of money for it. If Anheuser-Busch is their lead marketer, they're not going to do something that's directly competitive that they know Anheuser-Busch is probably on the back end trying to find its way into cannabis, right? So it's like when you get behind closed doors, this is when you find out like GTI just signed a deal with Barstool Sports. When you find out Cookies signed a deal with USC called a CBD and wellness deal. The marketing dollars are actually finally meeting cannabis. The issue is there's no education or guidance into it. They're going for the biggest players in the industry, the biggest names. They don't know who built the industry. And they're like, why aren't we making any money? So that's why the education of athletes is huge right now because they don't want to just sell Gatorade if there's a better alternative to Gatorade. They don't want to sell some bad supplement if there's a better alternative to supplements. So they're like, cannabis is the first time athletes can say for themselves, this is what helps me. This, this flower helped me. This hash helped me through my career. But you're still up against big marketing. And that's why you can't get a cannabis Super Bowl commercial, even if it's about sick kids or veterans, because people have applied for the last 3 years and those commercials have been denied.
I'm curious, are any of these organizations thinking about cannabis in terms of the mental health of their athletes or their anxiety or performance anxiety?
Yeah, but you can't say that on the forefront as long as it's so WADA regulates the globe's doping recommendations and rules. WADA follows the DEA scheduling of a no medical use. So it creates a gridlock. People ask me as a researcher, like, what's the way through? And I'm like, well, there's a gridlock. As long as the DEA says no medical use, the World Anti-Doping Agency says no medical use, and the sports agencies have to follow WADA. Like Sha'Carri Richardson technically didn't violate any rules. She didn't even violate, as far as like the NCAA would be now. She violated WADA, which is the World Anti-Doping Agency, and everybody has to follow that.
Yeah, with the change in the scheduling, I ultimately think that there will be a change in the perception that people have on it. Like, really, what it comes down to is like it's a combination of changes within understanding coming from the government end, and then on the other hand, like private industry that has enough capital to really push it forward. And the reality is there hasn't been that yet on either side. And I mean, like, to give a few examples up here in Canada, like the majority of politicians don't understand any of it. Like I'm in communication with the co-chair of the Cannabis Caucus for the federal Liberals. I also have a contact with the Conservative Party as well. And I'm mind blown like how little information is there. It's not like I expect them to be experts, just like I don't expect them to know everything about like alcohol or alcohol production, for example, but there isn't really even the basics that are there. And so, like, the thing that's happening in the States is when there's like a change in terms of the scheduling, as long as the right information is getting through, and as strange as this is to say, but like corporations that maybe have malintent, but at the same time, at least are doing it right, I really have an optimistic stance that we're going to see changes like that. Because, I mean, up here in Canada, I know a lot of athletes or ex-athletes who use cannabis. I mean, I know one guy that was in the WHL, one guy that was in the WFL that grew up in North Vancouver, pretty close to me, and both of them use lots of cannabis. But ultimately, even with legalization, they're not. This is the other side of it too. Is there's still that kind of discriminatory type stance on it. They're not really comfortable going around being the endorser of cannabis or having their name attached to it. Like, sure, they use it; it's a part of their life. It's really important to them, but they feel they'll be maybe stigmatized, maybe discriminated against, maybe not taken as seriously because of it. And, like someone like myself, I was fortunate I never really had that kind of circumstance. I've been a medical patient since I was young. I never had people like, I went to high school in West Vancouver. For those who don't know, it's one of the wealthiest areas in Canada. There's a lot of, let's say, more like conservative or anti-drug type mentalities from people there. I never found that when I communicated it or when I explained my use or explained things about cannabis that they're unaware of. But it doesn't change the fact that until there's those changes that are created, it's kind of going to be the stalemate of just waiting until something happens realistically.
Yep,
I
indeed, indeed. Go ahead.
just going to show this product. I picked up this product at a cannabis show a couple years ago, and it's a CBD transnasal mist. So I don't know. It's probably, I don't think it's a nanoemulsion, but you'd imagine that just something like this, just giving a couple shots up the nose after concussion could potentially
Nanoemulsion isn't as effective as exosomes. They load exosomes, and that's what gives the
Well,
payload to the brain.
yeah, I mean, I think that so the research really is, I mean, a lot of the pieces are out there. People have shown that they could deliver drugs using these types of um, nanoemulsions and,
Yeah.
or other types of formulations. I think the key thing is that can you deliver it in a concentration that's effective to reduce neuroinflammation to create a better
Yes.
outcome for the patient?
Yes. The University of Miami has a patent on it. I'm almost certain. They definitely have the knowledge on how they were the ones that discovered using exosome because it was my business partner, Dr. Brent Reynolds, who I met through Tony and those guys and continued to work with him after Jamaica that was working at the university. We were actually going to load up psychedelics into the exosomes and deliver them right to the brain. But no, we spoke about this. It was a 45 times payload to the brain that they had ever seen. 45
Yeah,
times
well, I mean,
more.
so why doesn't the NFL, I mean, it seems like this is just an obvious low-lying fruit for them to go after. Um, Given the safety of cannabinoids, humans can tolerate cannabinoids
I
at a
think it
very
would
high
be a
level.
thing that the NFL wouldn't even have to pay attention to. Just the doctors that work for them would have it in their bags.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, again, when it comes to sports marketing, Pfizer is like a big, if you ever watch
right.
sports, you'll see Pfizer advertised,
Yep,
right?
yep,
Pfizer is very much into the synthetic cannabinoid field. They spent a couple $1 billion to acquire Arena Pharmaceutical.
yep.
Arena Pharmaceutical, if you don't know, they specialize in irritable bowel syndrome drugs, which I don't know if you know, but cannabis helps irritable bowel syndrome like
Yeah.
pretty much most of the time.
Are they
So when
phytocannabinoid like, or are they completely synthetic, or what do their active ingredients look like, Stephen?
don't know exactly because when the merger went through, everything went quiet, but they let people know what the intent was behind it. But what it tells me is if Pfizer, as big a company as it is, spent billions of dollars to acquire a company that specializes in
There's got to be
cannabinoid
something there.
development, the NFL on the back end, knowing that Pfizer is one of their partners, these people all talk, it's corporate money. They're just
Right.
moving money around the same plate. So that then lets me know the NFL is funding cannabis and concussion research. Pfizer is doing some stuff over here with irritable bowel syndrome. To me, to the people on this call, like I don't always want that to be the forefront of the conversation. I think that is the corporate model. But I think just like craft beer and just like craft burgers, I think this is going to push craft cannabis exactly where we want it to be. There's going to be so much mass produced, big, just stuff on Walgreens shelves. I think that you will get that other person who I don't want a 50-cent beer. I don't. I don't want a dollar burger. What I want is a dollar that maybe costs a burger that costs 15 bucks, but I know it's all locally raised. I know where I know where all the ingredients came
Right.
from, and I know where the money goes back to. But we didn't care about that type of quality in food until we started getting educated as a public. Hey, McDonald's burgers are not good for you. If you're going to eat a burger, maybe look towards these type of raised, this is how your beef was raised. I think cannabis is about to go the same way because of the model that these big corporations are taking.
Talk about having blinders on though, where it's like it takes you to gain 200 pounds before you realize, I don't think this burger is good for me. It's changing me a little bit. I don't know what's going on here. I don't feel good.
Yeah, well,
I,
I don't know if you saw this thing that was in the news this week, Marcus, but there was a, a, a statement made by the Surgeon General in the United States that connects alcohol to increase risk of certain kinds of cancers. It was in the news
Huge
this week.
surprise. The most
Yeah, and
poisonous thing causes cancer? I don't believe it.
well, so gets to the point where they actually want to put warning and recommendation labels on, like, the way they used to put things on cigarettes, that cigarettes cause cancer, that, again, consuming alcohol, even like one or two drinks a day, they said, statistically increases your risk for all these cancers and everything. Well, my gosh, where are the labels on anything containing high fructose corn syrup and diabetes,
Oh
right?
yeah.
I
Or
mean, so
seed
it's like,
oils.
Well, it's kind of like, cancer is a multi-billion dollar industry. And just like Steven said, you got companies like Pfizer and other huge multinational public corporations that again are all about return to the shareholder. So they're looking to make as much money as they possibly can. And we've said it here on Hash Church before. The mantra of the pharmaceutical companies is not to cure disease. It's to hook customers for life and start sucking on that insurance teat. And that's another thing that was in the news. This guy was gunned down on the streets of New York, a place I just visited last week. For what? For being the CEO of a huge medical insurance thing called United, whatever I don't even want to say their name. But the point is that our healthcare system, at least here in the States, is completely being sucked dry because it's a for-profit healthcare system where you have this insurance industry in between the providers and the people who need healthcare. And they're sucking all the money out and determining who gets coverage and who doesn't, what things are covered and what aren't covered. So yeah, man, there's such big money in keeping people sick. That's like an industry. It's an industry that makes money for shareholders. Oh, you know, how do you fix that? Can cannabis help?
It
I'm
definitely
certain.
goes to show you that for sure evil exists, regardless of your religious or spiritual beliefs. You have to know that evil exists. And it's I've said it before, it's got to be a part of free will, right? Like without it, free will isn't free will. It's like when Elon Musk says that censorship or free speech is only really free speech when someone says something you don't like. Because it's easy when people are saying the things that you do like. It's when they say things you don't like that it becomes free speech that you have to like, well, people should be allowed to say what they want. And if they're saying stupid, heinous shit, well, most likely society will get on that and kind of, create boundaries around those people. But it's hard to have free speech when you're censoring any side.
Yeah, I saw a friend of mine. She's a political cartoonist. She had to resign from Washington Post
Shit.
and Kootenays because of a political cartoon she did of Jeff Bezos bowing and giving money to fucking the Trump campaign. So censorship
Whoa,
is
she got
very much
fired.
what, you know.
And her job is to make social commentary through cartoon jokes.
Yep. Except against the oligarchy, then that's an issue.
Jesus Christ.
Fuck censorship.
Yeah, I'd say so. But it's, that does have a very sharp ended sword on the other side. It's very much, it can't, put it this way, a lack of censorship on that level cannot exist in a world where if you can hurt someone's feelings, you've broken a law.
Well, they will think that, the people are getting an oligarchy, but I think the oligarchy via Luigi found that it's 1735 in France, and we're not going to tolerate it. We'd rather have guillotines than live with this bullshit. There,
Yeah,
I
and
said.
they're talking about taking over Canada and Greenland for Christ's sakes. I mean, what world do we live in today? Oh my God,
Well, we live
right?
in a world that has already done exactly what you just said. The whole world is a cut up board of countries. And how that happened was all these different groups took those countries and put up borders and said, this is ours. And they fought for it. So this has been happening. If you look at a map and it just doesn't say Earth, but it has all these different countries' names, then exactly what you just said is exactly what's been happening since the beginning of time. People are taking that shit.
I want to
I
move
think
to
that's what's
Canada.
interesting. Something that Laura said earlier about people being on the same page. Something in the military and something in sports that we notice is during times of trauma, people who are on the same page hit these unified flow states, which is when shit gets really crazy. It's one thing to see Steph Curry shooting threes, and you're like, yo, Steph Curry's in flow state. It's another thing to watch all his teammates moving at the exact same time. And you're just like, how much training did it take for you all's brains to synchronize? On the road, hostile crowd, people screaming, and you all are pretty much like doing a synchronized dance right now. Like I think we've shown that our bodies can do it with performance, And I think now one of the things I love about being a researcher, every time civilization hits some crazy major breaking point, researchers across the planet before Wi-Fi all came up with like similar discoveries because they were going through similar types of stress. I think that's why hash church is so important because you find out the more people that you reach out to, you're like, you're doing something a little different than what we're doing, but everybody's trying to move their little bit forward. And I think that's a unified flow state that we're all in. Like you get to a certain point of trauma, and I can say this as a veteran where you're just like, I'm not afraid of my fear anymore. Like I'm not afraid of trauma, like those different things. And what Laura said earlier is you actually start building a self-resiliency. You're like, I can actually move this thing forward. And I think everybody on this call is moving their local, kind of group forward as much as possible. I think when the whatever rescheduling happens, it's going to benefit big ass companies. Everybody here pretty much agrees on that. But like my work with athleticism, the work with veterans, everything that everybody's doing on here, there's going to be more opportunities that pop up one way or another. It's not just going to, big companies can't benefit if there's no consumers, but consumers are also now investors and business owners themselves. So that's what makes this
Well,
kind of domestic circular economy so interesting right now.
They want the masses. They want the botanical terps with floor sweepings and distillate sprayed on them, and they can have that market. Most of the people in here are more specialized in like accessing a certain part of the market. And there's, as my Jamaican friends always told me, Ja made enough for everyone. So just focus on what you're doing and we should be good. And who wants that anyway? I don't really want to sell floor sweepings and distillate and botanical terps and pre-rolled joints with thick paper. I don't want to do that yet. There's millions of people who want to smoke that. And so who am I to say that they shouldn't? I'm definitely going to do my best on the other side of the market to try and like send in little lures over to that side of the camp to kind of like bring them over to a different sort of, hey, have you heard of this? Like, have you tried smoking just the hash off the plant in a smaller amount from the health perspective? There's so many different perspectives that people have today that they didn't necessarily have 25 to 30 years ago. And people are more cognitive of health and, longevity and, being more safe in the things that you do on a regular basis. And I think that a lot of the aspects of the market that we in this room seem to be focused on feed into that. So it's okay if it's not the yeah, Chimera says say no to floor sweeping, say yes to abundance. Yeah, no shit, dude. I feel that.
Unfortunately, a lot of people out there are focusing on the money and saying there's a sucker born every minute.
Well, they're not wrong. There is a sucker born every minute, but my goodness, be nicer. You don't have to like take people down. Like just go do something good with your life and put some sort of better frequency into the world. The world can use it. It's all frequency. We're all putting these vibrations out into the world. And I think that's what the Indians called karma, because that stuff comes around.
The world could be such a better place if everybody smoked the quality of hash that we were smoking.
I feel that too, Caitlin. I do feel that. Then on the flip side, sometimes I feel like, oh my God, I don't know if that's the case, even though I need it to be the case. I want it to be the case. But
That's funny that Caitlin said that because I was just about to say the same thing. I was about to be like, man, like I wish hash was available in Japan and Southeast Asia, places in Southeast Asia where they could really use it. There's a lot of drinking. Japanese people they love to drink. They can drink. And I think they could really use cannabis. Yeah, yeah. And I not that I have anything against drinking or beer. I personally really, really love beer myself. But I just noticed that, there's a lot of people that could really benefit from it internationally, just smoking some really good hash and being one with their cells and achieving flow states.
Totally. And connecting with that universe energy around them, right? There's so many people that just get lost in this world and are just not paying attention to the things happening, that a little bit of cannabis can just quiet that noise and sort of bring that attention back to what's in front of you and what's around you. And I think people forget that cannabis can tune us in that way, and that we can really connect with others and ourselves and, you know, everything happening around us. For me, as a young person, when I first tried cannabis, I was a very scared of life person. And when I first tried cannabis with my friends, it quieted all of that noise and all of that fear and all of that anxiousness. And it really let me actually pay attention to what was happening around me instead of me just being afraid of what happened around me. It let me connect with new people. It let me walk up to strangers and say, hey, do you want to spend some time together and smoke this joint and get to know each other? And it really opened up a whole world for me that I didn't have access to prior to cannabis. And so for me, I love to see a world where everybody doesn't have that stigma and to try and see what sort of mental health relief they could get from that experience. To me, it was massive, and I think the world underestimates the mental health relief from cannabis.
Absolutely. I think the world underestimates the mental health relief from living in the Kootenays.
Yes, that too. This place is magical.
It is absolutely magical. It's like a bunch of like dudes that didn't want to go fight in the war from California were like, let's go start another one of these up in Canada.
Yeah, it's been fantastic.
It's pretty wild. It's definitely our Humboldt. Kootenays is
Yeah,
amazing. It's got
I'm
such a
nestled in the
great.
mountains.
What's that?
We're nestled in the mountains. I'm looking at two mountains out my window right now. There's snow covered everything, and just everybody here wants to get to know each other, and they want to help each other's grow, and they want to help everything just rise up. And it's a really beautiful experience to get to be in
Yeah,
this wonderful place.
I absolutely love the Kootenays. Absolutely love it. It's been blessed to be able
All
to
of our
spend a lot of
all of
time
our
here.
leaders should take mushrooms and smoke weed.
Yes.
Yes, I think Terrence
It
McKenna
would
said
help.
that quite some years ago, saying that if they just if all the people stopped consuming alcohol for like a week and were consuming psychedelics or cannabis, the entire world would have like a monstrous. It is crazy how much how people don't really realize how they were like funneled towards alcohol. You know, you get funneled towards alcohol, particularly depending on the level of prohibition that your country has. I grew up in a police family, and of course, cannabis was illegal, and so all of the cops I knew were alcoholics, which was like scary when you think about it. It was kind of like, ooh, like, that seems like you got a gun
Yeah, and
there,
how
and like,
old were you, right? It was sociologically okay for your parents to say, okay, you can have a sip of alcohol with your right? And how old were you when you had your first taste of alcohol, Marcus, from your parents?
I would probably have been like 8 or 9 years old, but I was also that age when I saw the police come visit my house in full uniform. And the guy was big. His name was Rick. He was like 6'8" and 280 pounds. He would drink like a couple of Miller Killers, which I think were 2 or 3 cans of beer. I don't know if what level of white trash you had to be to know about the Miller Killers, but I was at that level. And so we we had them in our fridge. They were these giant fucking cans, like supersized cans of beer, and he would come crush two of them and then jump in his police car and hey, what's up, buddy? Sorry, my son was just saying goodbye to me for the day. He's going to play with his little buddy Jude, so I had to say goodbye to him. But yeah, it was a weird thing to just get older. And as I got older, I remember the entire Vice Squad would come to my mom's house. She had a pool, and there would be like a pool party in my backyard with the entire Winnipeg Vice Squad. They'd all have these like sort of black wife beater shirts with the with Winnipeg Vice and a neon pot leaf, and it was just like I was like, okay, that's like these are not my people. I was like just swimming in my. I was a bit of the black sheep in my family. How awesome is that? I feel like this is a whole panel full of people that could have potentially been that in their families, or at least, the person who was to educate their families in a way that their family, that's what kids do. They blow your minds. They're just going to find some weird thing that maybe you've pushed into a crevice and I don't want anything to do with, I don't want to talk about that. And they just pull it out and put it right in front of you. I can't wait for my kid. Well, my kids have already done it, but they'll do it more and I'll be better for it. So try not to resent
Yeah,
or
anybody who's I ended up, years ago, well, right out of high school, I ended up working for a con man, and he ended up coming over to the house and saying, "I'm gonna get your mom to smoke marijuana." And I remember him saying that to my mom and my stepdad, and they're like, "Yeah, not a chance in hell, dude." And no, he didn't. But years later, after I went through the hemp industry and then I was in cannabis industry, then my mom was like, "So I'm losing my memory. Can I try this marijuana?" And it worked. I was able to have teas. I started off with the teas. That was a very easy entry point for because she had smoked earlier in her life, but she didn't want to smoke anything, right? She was worried about coughing. She was in her, 70s, so it was not something that was there. So to actually then have her use cannabis and then decide, this works for me was life changing for me in that sense of going from you can't do this, I can't believe what you're doing, to okay, well, what you're doing is fine and normal, and I like it so normal that I want to try this now. I
dude,
mean,
that's amazing. That's my
humbling.
mom's the same way. My mom worked for the police for 35 years, was never going to use cannabis, never used it in her entire life. Then it was like she started using it, she started going to bed with it, then she got a grow and a license, and then she was cutting clones and sharing them with other people, and it was just like this pretty awesome growth of just being involved with the plant. She got right into it, planting it in her backyard, having a little indoor grow, getting cuts for her brother, who's
So did
my
you
uncle
show
at
her
the
how to
cabin.
grow, or
Yeah, I mean, my friend Al, this guy Reggie the Roddy from back in the day, Al was really helpful. He was really like he would bring her, edibles and clones and all sorts of things. So I wasn't there, so it was really him more than me in regards to that. But I had shown my uncle how to make hash, so they were also making. Well, I showed her how to make hash too. She made hash with me years ago before she even tried it, and I remember because she was. I don't know how old she was at the time, probably 60 years old. She made full melt hash the first time she ever made it. I just was like, and that was with a cake mixer. Remember when we used to make 6-star full melt bubble hash with a cake mixer? Like, come on. I know that we're all professionals now and we use professional equipment and we all have very high levels of skill. But I do remember those days where I would just put the little Walmart cake mixer. I'd go buy like 4 or 5 of those things before I went to Jamaica. I'd be like, yeah, dude, I'm gonna bring all these little, and then giving away bubble bags with one of those little cake mixers was just I'm happy to have been a part of that point in time where I got to go to Jamaica, a group of people who just have so much biomass available. This was even before they were planting plants just to extract. They just had so much trim or mash, as they would call it, that it was a no-brainer to go there and make hash. Anyone to this day, if you're going to Jamaica, bring a set of bubble bags. Find a cool dude that has access to a field, make some fresh frozen bubble hash, and when you leave, just leave the bags behind because it's a really like life-changing thing to leave a grower with those bags. Suddenly they can, I mean, personally, I wish I could just go to Jamaica and buy the hash. I don't want to have to make the hash every time. It was a whole thing. It took days of my time to be like, just to try and buy like a 32-gallon bucket in Jamaica. First of all, that's going to cost you like 150 US dollars. Like, and it's going to be square and all weird and fucked up and not fit your bags and just, I don't know. NIkka T, you've been there. It's tough times.
I've dealt with that. Yeah, finding the right barrels. Yeah.
How about
We end
ice?
up
Trying to
finding
get
these blue
ice?
ones,
Yes.
these
Yes.
like I think they're like from the fucking government or some shit, these blue barrels that we ended up using, and they're the right size, and they're
Those are
food
the
grade too.
ones. Those
Yeah.
are the ones. Yep. Yep.
Took
It's
some
hilarious.
time though.
Yeah, it takes time, and you don't realize everything is so slow in Jamaica that it's like when you get there, like if I wasn't me and imposing my will and just nonstop working at making this happen,
I
i.e.
was
the ice,
militant.
dude,
Yeah.
you have to be fucking militant. And then even still, it takes 2.5 days. Luckily, I just started going to Jamaica for like 20, 30 days at a time. But if you're on like a 5 or 6 day trip and it takes you 2 or 3 days before you even make your hash, I would be happy to just arrive and pay someone like a good fee for some nice bubble hash. I
And now
really
we've
would.
got, fully temp controlled labs in fucking the hills of
I
Negril and
know.
Orange Hill and shit fucking that
It's
we built
it's
over the years.
it's unbelievable, dude. It's so good. I haven't been back in too long. I don't know how many
I
years it's
know,
been,
me
but
too.
I really got to
Me
get back
too.
there, man.
I need to go
It's
backyard.
yeah, get to the yard, hang out and smoke some beautiful bubble hash. I love putting it on top of the steam pipes. I remember freaking the steam pipe guys out because they'd be like, "No, you don't put it on the coals," like moving the pipe away. I'm like, dude, trust me, like just let me put this on top of the coals. And after that, it was like, "Hey, you got more for the coals? You got more for the coals?" Just dropping 6 star right on top of the coals while vaping herb underneath. I've talked about this before, but if you have an amazing cultivar and you're vaping the flour, right? The hash off of the flour while simultaneously taking a dab of full melt hash or live hash rosin or something along those lines. That is like the tastiest. Fuck, I need to hit a rip right now. What are we hitting?
You're gonna make me want to break out the steam chalice and take a hot
Dude,
tub and
I'm
shit
telling
here in
you.
a
There's something to be
minute.
said, man. When I first kind of discovered that, my own minor realization, certainly many people knew before I did, that was kind of like, one of the first vaporizers that I couldn't really figure out a vaporizer that existed before that and how powerful and strong
Opium
it
pipe
was.
is a vaporizer.
Right, yeah, it is. I just didn't see it like in India or Jamaica or sort of any of those spots.
Steam
Hey,
chalice.
NIkka T, what are you smoking on, NIkka?
Right now, this is some of my triangle. I'm smoking a lot of OGs. I still kind of have gone back to like smoking my Ghost OG, my Triangle, and then like I started this morning. I think I started this thing. I'm on split 4 right now, but I think I started it with some spritzer. It's real like it's runs candy type of vibe, but it has this extra little citrus from the Mac lineage and the Grape Pie lineage and stuff. And
Dude, I saw your
spritzer was nice and
interview
flaky.
at Terps Basil. The girl's like, "What do you rather have, cookies or OG?" Dude, that's why when you said OG, I had to laugh. It's 1,000% OG. She's like, "Okay, fuck, I guess you like the OG,"
And
after
like it's
asking me like
real, like you
10
asked me
fucking
right now, and
cultivars.
like I got Ghost OG right here, I got the
Yeah.
triangle fucking right next to her, fucking.
She's like,
It's just
"Why?
what I
Why do you
smoke.
like the OG?" It's like, I don't know, it's fucking fire.
It hits the right receptor site for me, it for my pain in my lower back, my sciatic nerve issue. It helps with that, but I can still function. It's clear headed, it's creative, it's just, and then the flavor on top of it, the tennis ball, gasoline, lemon, fuel type of vibe is just up my alley, I guess, forever. Once I found OG Kush for the first time in my homie Jorge's shed, he opens up this bag, turkey bags. We were doing a bunch of work back then. And I was like, oh my God, I have to have that. I only want that. That's different than the diesel or whatever it was,
Mhm.
yeah, I needed it. And since that day, fuck, over 20 years ago, I can't have enough. I still grow it. I'm having an issue right now, though. I'm almost like it's genetic drift. Some, might say that it's like that HLVD thing going around. It could be something like that. But fuck, I've been growing these OG cuts, this, Ghost and the SFE and the Triangle and stuff for, 20 years or some shit. And they're just now starting to have some issues. And I don't know if I can work my way out of it or not. I'm hearing that I can like cut from just the tops and kind of work my way out of a weird
Yeah, like
situation,
tissue
whatever
culture
maybe.
style or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
definitely want to TC them and clean them up, I guess is the goal now. Because I've had these things for so long.
That's scary when that happens to like
I
special
think it's
genetics
garden
like that.
hands too. Yeah, people that have been in my garden that aren't as crazy as I. I use a different razor blade for every plant, and I've got 30 moms right now. I'm a little crazy, and I'm OCD. I'm super clean. Not everyone's like that. And I think it takes being like that for years. But then, I just went on tour. I'm traveling so much. I can't be the only one to have my hands on these OGs. Um, yeah, anyways.
Well, we
OG.
wish your
OG to the
OGs the
world.
best.
OG to the world.
May they be null and void of HLVD virus not exist in them, and maybe or yeah, just that shit's terrible. It's scary. I'm pretty sure I had seeds from a champagne hash plant that were 25 years old. And when I popped those seeds, at first I thought it was like that bitumen membrane that was stuck on the cotyledon when the seedling first popped up. I didn't take it off fast enough, so sometimes that can like, damage the cotyledon. And then if the first set of leaves come out, the epicotyl, they can kind of even be damaged by it. And I kind of thought it was that, but I was cutting it and cloning it, and it was just growing like it had some fucked up virus. And after 25 years, I let it go. I did not have the tools available to me to keep that particular one alive. I also cracked a lamb's bread around that same time, which, Caleb, that's another interesting thing that happened in history. The lamb's bread, the cultivar in Jamaica. I think a lot of people mispronounced it or couldn't understand the Jamaican
Breath.
patois, so they turned it into breath. And a lot of people for a long time thought that it was the lamb's breath. It's a very human thing for us to kind of create those mistakes. I can only imagine how many of those misunderstandings are a part of our everyday, uh, you know, conversation. But that one was a big one. Lamb's bread for sure, as it's a biblical, um, it's definitely the lamb's bread, not the lamb's breath. And I never saw a single cultivar that they called lamb's bread. Lamb's bread just seemed to be like a kind of land racy, long flowering, narrow leaf drug cultivar, aka sativa. I saw lots of different plants that they called lamb's bread that were all nice in their own right, but certainly not the same population.
My first time to Jamaica, was I start talking about the OG and stuff. Oh yeah, man, may have the most wanted. They called it the most wanted, but then you start seeing what they call OG, and it's, Jamaicans have a tendency to want to breed in general. It's how the island has survived is from breeding. So, you can't blame them. But anytime I brought in a clone only cultivar to Jamaica, they're like, oh, yeah, man, we're going to breed it. And I'm like, no, 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 no. Keep this one as like, that special one. And no, man, we have to breed. So, anyways, I
I
think
know,
that's
trust me. And then so many people bringing genetics there over the years. There was probably some really special. I would guess that anything that was even close to a land race would have come from India or that sort of side of things that would have ended up there in those earlier days. But what do you think, Sam? You spent some time in Jamaica.
I can remember the time that some guys were on the street uh, trying to sell herb, and they walked up to me and said, "Hey, man, you want the pineapple skunk?"
Oh
And I says, "Well, I know a little bit about skunk,"
my
and
God.
I tried to explain to them that I bred the first skunk, but they didn't want to hear it. They wanted to sell me pineapple skunk, which was nothing to do with skunk, but whatever.
Those were like street dealers. Since then, like many of the actual growers know who you are. And so that's like a very different, yeah, those guys that used to stand out on the side of the road and you just drive by from the airport. That was kind of wild times for as illegal as it was that they were standing there holding like big spears in their hands. I love Jamaica. Oh, 420 people watching right now. That's kind of a nice number. It's been, I do, like I have mentioned before, I plan on doing 52 episodes of Hash Church this year. So we will be very consistent. If anyone has any ideas or wants to sort of, have a little think tank in regards to ideas and concept, it does take a lot of time and energy um, to plan a show each week, and it's hard to get people to commit for a specific show in particular. And I don't think every show should be that, the deep dive on very specific subjects. I do also like these shows where you invite a variety of people and everyone just sort of speaks about whatever happens to come up in conversation or in regards to what they're doing or what they're looking up to, what they're going to be up to here in 2025. I'm happy to hear from any of you that are on the panel right now in regards to what your kind of 2025 plans are, what you're thinking of doing a little differently this year than maybe you did last year. I like to try and grow a little bit each year because humans, we do tend to grow slowly. It's not a quick thing with us. I'd love to hear from you, Stephen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, my pivot has kind of been crazy from 2020 when I managed a dispensary and was getting my degree, to going back to working with athletes and stuff now. My 2025 has been focused on the people who are going to smoke. They're already here. Like we already have their attention. And I think that community knows that we exist. My 2025 is trying to find a meeting place for the people who will not listen to anything once you say the word cannabis. There's a group of people who, once you say cannabis, they hear all the negativity. So my goal this year is to talk about the endocannabinoid system, the fact that there's human and animal endocannabinoids, there's plant cannabinoids, and then there's synthetic cannabinoids. So my company has created a course that we're marketing to the NCAA, Major League Baseball, all the pro sports leagues, and we're using athletes as like the target audience to teach about the endocannabinoid system because it relates to their performance, it relates to their diet, and it relates to meditation and mind body stuff. I think if we can get all of the pro athletes, this is why we're working with Ricky Williams doing this type of stuff. Our goal is essentially to shoot this off like a flare. If descheduling like happens, it could be like a mountain that crumbles. And I don't want everybody to feel like we have no way out. To me, the endocannabinoid system is why we like the shit that we like. So why not educate people on that as a way that we'll always have out? You know, it'll always be our kind of anchor. So that's my initiative in 2025. And to be honest, like I think people get it. I think people are surprised when, you know, they're ready to talk anti-cannabis and you tell them that bears, you know, hibernate using endocannabinoids. When you tell them those different things, it takes them on like a totally different journey. And I would invite anybody to join us on this journey because it's not just athletes, it's fitness, it's wellness, it's mind, body. And I think that's kind of like the whole essence of, Hash Church. Like Hash is our gateway, but it's a gateway to a more holistic approach as civilized people as we call ourselves. So yeah, I'd love to have an episode where maybe we bring in some athletes. We talk about the course. I think people would like that. It also applies to first responders and veterans too. So this is everybody. Like this is our people who need it most. So yeah, that's my 2025 pitch. I think that would be a dope episode.
Oh, I'm in for sure, dude. I'm putting it at the top of the list. Go ahead, Sam.
I absolutely agree with you. And for the last 4 or 5, well, at least 4 decades, I've tried to reach out because it's no use talking to the converted, preaching to the converted. It's really a waste of time. What you want to do is you want to reach the unconverted, whether they're prison guards or sheriffs or preachers or whatever. Whoever is the anti-cannabis people should be the people we're trying to reach.
Like that too,
1,000%.
Sam. I like that too. So we got to start finding a lot of those people and inviting them on Hash Church.
And they want to know.
Episodes.
They got questions. They want to know where the people are. Because what I realize is science doesn't change policy. As a researcher, I wish it did. You know what changes policy? A bunch of people all knowing some information that the politician doesn't know. And they're like, what are these people talking about? You should come to this meeting and hear what's going on. And then they'll be swayed to do something. So yeah, I think like those people who are anti are always the people who will make the biggest difference if we teach them just a little bit of what we know.
Absolutely. Wade has his hand up. And welcome, Wade, and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Marcus, and great conversation this morning. I'm sorry I missed the first part of the show. I've been thinking, I'll back up for a second. My goal for 2025 is to learn how to ask for help. I'm really good at giving help, to other people, but I spectacularly bad at asking for help. And it occurs to me that an excellent topic for one of our shows would be the whole area of compassion. I mean, we've managed to change the laws around cannabis because of its effects on the endocannabinoid system. And for most people, that means its effect on my health or my child's health. And I think it can't hurt to remind everybody that it's the needs of patients that got us where we are. And in too many places, the adult use / recreational part of the market has overrun patient access. And it's particularly an issue if you don't have money. If you have money, you can usually find, in a legal state, you can find product and buy it, and maybe it's what you need and works for you. But it's typically not cheap. And what we really need is, I think I've heard Sam say, cannabis should be as inexpensive as cut flowers in a grocery store. And I think we could carry that through to the medical products that we know can be made from this plant. And I'll just stop there for the moment. I certainly can think of a number of folks that would welcome the opportunity to talk about their work of providing cannabis products to folks who need it at no cost. That's always been one of my things, and I think it's a topic worth taking up. So I'll go back to listening. I probably have more to say today, but right now, that's all I got. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Wade. And those are all great ideas, from Stephen's sport medicine, endocannabinoid athlete episode, to Sam talking about inviting the other side of the argument instead of preaching to the choir. That would be a rather intense, some good episodes of Hash Church. And I welcome that. And then Wade, of course, with a beautiful idea for a show with the basis on passion, that sort of thing that seemed to be the thing that pushed cannabis over the federal legalization here in Canada, and certainly statewide legalization down in the US. It's so crazy that the guy who prosecuted Mark Emery in Seattle, Washington, was the same guy who like spearheaded like legalization in that state. Like, what a strange world.
Compassion is really important. I can remember about 20 or 25 years ago when the Attorney General, the Surgeon General in America was about to be submitted for appointment by, it was from I guess it was from Clinton. Because it was from Arkansas. And they invited me to come and talk to her before she was taken in front of the Senate and the Congress for approval, because they were worried she had come out for teaching children masturbation instead of having sex, and she had come out in favor of allowing cannabis to be used in American medicine. And they were worried that she didn't have the science strong enough. So I went and talked to her because at the time I was really at the top of the pyramid when it came to medical cannabis. And I went and talked to her, and I started to explain why they had sent me, the Democratic Party had sent me from Europe. And I says, what is it that you were going to say when they question you? And I gave her a couple of hard questions, and she goes, oh, I don't care about the science anywhere near as much as compassion. If it helps people, we have to be compassionate to ill people. And it was hard for me to disagree with her. And I says, you know what? That is the best approach.
That was Jocelyn Elders.
Yeah, correct. Jocelyn Elders, who was a really nice, sweet lady. And yeah, I went and met her at her office in Arkansas.
Oh shit, eh?
Who's it going to be now? RFK or who?
I'm not sure I want
Dr.
to, but
Oz, Dr. Oz,
Dr.
or
Oz.
some other TV celebrity that this guy is going to appoint to basically be a human hand grenade inside our government. I mean, yeah, I'm very concerned about the direction that our
Does
country
the
is taking.
US government not need a hand grenade inside their government right now? Like just out of
God.
curiosity.
We got
Or
a
is it all
felon
good?
who's about to get the keys to the White House.
Everyone just got a vaccine from a company that are serial felons.
Yeah, well, the most powerful person in the world um, should not be a puppet to dictators.
I think it's always been that way, though, scarily enough.
No,
Oh, I
no,
really do.
no.
You don't
Yeah,
think that the past, however many governments there have been in both of our countries, have not been like puppets to a dictatorship?
no. This is a completely different situation than any other person that's taken the realm at the White House. You know,
Well, I'm hiding up here,
there's
dude.
so, yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't want to turn this into a political conversation, but this is the reality that we're living in. But Marcus, let's talk about Hash Church episodes. So, one of the things that you and I have
Okay.
have bannered about is perhaps doing a solvent. We had a solventless
Oh.
episode, right, with NIkka T and all the, masters of the solventless realm. Why not do a solvent-based episode, right? Where we
Absolutely. I think it would be
and
pretty
maybe
fun,
dedicated to the memory of our friend Indra, who's no longer with us.
dude. And
But
Horatio.
yeah, and Horatio. I'm just trying to think of who would make a good panel for that. I was thinking like Chris Baroni, potentially getting Giddy Up. I just don't know, like the Busy Bee people, maybe. I mean, there's a lot of innovations going on in solvent extraction, and it's
Bring on Murphy.
yeah, Murphy, absolutely, Murphy.
I'm so proud of Murphy. I met her across the street from one of our first dispensaries. She was in the
Yeah.
salon. And so to see how far she's come from bud tending for our shop after I pulled her from the salon to like just running the hydrocarbon world, she's like one of my most proud moments.
Absolutely. You should be, Nick, because she is really, I mean, she doesn't have a chemistry degree at all, but I can tell you I've sat in many of an audience and listened to her speak. Everything she says is just right on time. I mean, she does her homework. She's very thorough, and the quality of the work speaks for itself, doesn't it? I mean, you could be the worst hash maker in the world and know all about it, not be able to translate it to somebody, but when in her wake, you have basically labs that are producing high quality diamonds and getting the most productivity out of their machines and doing so safely without blowing themselves up. I mean, yeah,
The boss.
you should be
We're
swelling
doing
with
some
pride.
R&D right now, just some more fun, different things, utilizing centrifuges instead of heat and pressure, if you will.
Yeah, so Nick, who else would be good for a solvent? I was thinking like trying to get the Incredibles crew, maybe reaching out to Derek. I'm pretty good. I'm in with Max and Telly, but who
Yeah.
would
Either
who,
way, Max, if you get a hold of Max, let him know he still owes me.
wow.
Oh, wait, no,
I
sorry, it wasn't Max. It was Telly. I love that.
Okay, yeah, yeah, I
I love them
probably
all, but
I
Telly
probably
was
wouldn't go there, but who would be good to get on a hash church panel and talk about solvents? I mean,
Hi,
There was
Bill,
a
too.
girl by the name of, I think her name was Jacqueline. And
yeah,
she
yeah,
she made her
right.
own reactors. She was
Right,
pretty, she flew up and met me at my facility here.
right. She had a
She's,
diamond miner. Right,
yeah,
right.
I believe she has a degree in chemistry.
Yeah, there's a lot
Yeah.
of good ones out there that I can think of teaching classes and stuff. You'd mentioned the Busy Bee guys. He's a good guy, Boris and them, and you could bring on, even the solvent guys, like, the guys that are distributing it, like Solvent Direct. You could get them to sponsor it and bring them on, and some of the equipment side of things, like Alex at C1D1 Labs, and
Hmm.
I don't know. I work with all of those guys very, very closely, um, still to this day. There's no
And
division between a lot of us hydrocarbon and solventless guys, even though I got it on my sleeve,
Well,
like so all fair.
I was thinking about like JD Garrick from Illuminated. I mean, I think their rigs are just about the best that are out there, right, Nick? I mean, I don't know. I
Yeah,
mean,
people are
back in
talking
the
really
day,
good about the Illuminated crew, and they've been doing a lot
right,
of rounds lately. So yeah, that's
right,
definitely
and the Chemtech centrifuges, for separating sauce from diamonds. They have the explosion-proof centrifuges that are used there. There's a lot of innovation going on there, but
what I was
I mean,
talking about, playing with even the solventless side. Is we're playing with centrifuges now, which is a trip, separating membrane from oil with centrifuges. That's what I was doing with Murphy and them.
yeah.
they
Well,
do
yeah.
the
So,
same thing with ultrasonics also, correct? We were doing it several decades ago with ultrasonics and alcohol, and just doing a ultrasonic shake for less than 1 minute, and what we got was just pure gold. I mean, it was amazing.
Yeah, the
The
cool thing
yield
that
was
we
only about
realized
85%.
Yeah, the cool thing we realized with using a centrifuge rather than pressing is, under vacuum, you can basically utilize a lot lower temperatures and control temperature under vacuum utilizing the centrifuge. And strains like Oreos, that, like, to me are one of the blandest strains out there, some crazy terpenes came out of pressing via centrifuge cultivars like that. So there's some cool, retaining volatile compounds, if you will, with that technology. I'm intrigued by it. I haven't really seen it be viable yet, but always future playing is what I love to do.
yeah. So I think that would be a great episode on Hash Church, right? If we could get like Murphy
Future.
and get a few of these other folks on there to talk about solvents. It's solventless and solvent is like the yin and the yang, right? I mean, it's there,
It wouldn't be one without the other, like we copied a lot
right,
of what they did for sure. In the beginning, it's where the term even came from, where the term
right.
solventless was. I was just basically copying what I was seeing in the hydrocarbon world and being like, well, I want to replicate that. I want to copy that. I want to make something that dabs with zero residue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Marcus, we have basically we put on hold the episode about the abstracts guys, getting them on with Nick, right? We wanted to have the volatile sulfur kind of
Yeah, I want
experts,
to have that show. I guess that show, I think Nick is the gatekeeper to that, because it's a matter of
his
everyone.
availability, right?
Well, not his necessarily. It's his two colleagues who put the equipment together that was perceiving the 1 trillionth, right? Like every time I asked him to speak about that when he worked at Yakima Chief Hops, and they were like finding thiols, that's when they found the 1400 thiols in the hops. It was because of this piece of equipment, or it was really
Right.
multiple pieces of equipment kind of jerry rigged together. I don't know. I could be completely wrong. But anyway, these two people are the people that can speak to that piece of equipment. They're the ones that did
Right.
it, and they ran it. So he just doesn't, want to speak on their behalf, even though he has an
Step on their toes.
understanding of it.
No,
Yeah, because it's like they
totally.
have. But
Totally.
I'd love for the abstract and you and a whole, Jeremy
Oh
Plum,
yeah. I
I'd love
mean,
to have there.
Ian gives a great talk, Marcus. He gave a talk. I think he gave two talks at BizCon this year, and one of his associates, Twinkle, also spoke, and she gives a really good talk. So yeah, I mean, this is, I think, like the cutting edge frontier of cannabis chemistry today is these thiols. It's like we know about the terpenes, we know about the cannabinoids. The thiols, I think, are like some of the last nuts to crack here. And the other thing that's really cool about it is that, they're approaching this. I love the word that they use. They call them flavorants, you know? So, I mean, these are flavorants, and yeah, would they be different in different plants or different fruits or different vegetables? No. Mother Nature has the same chemistry set in all of her plants and all of her fruits and vegetables. So, you know, they find similarities between hops and cannabis, but they also find some of the dankness that you find in certain other vegetables and some of the citrus notes and some of the fruity notes. I mean, again, there's lots of commonalities in those chemistries. And I think the Hash Church audience would love that because I think it would be a great discussion to understand, again, part of the artisan nature of small, artisan cannabis is the preservation of those volatile compounds. Maybe they're not necessarily terpenes, maybe they're these sulfur compounds or esters or aldehydes. We don't know. But these groups are basically at that frontier, cracking that nut. And that's, to me, the most exciting stuff going on in cannabis today.
Go ahead, Laura. Get your hand up.
Especially if they're,
go ahead.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Especially if they're contributing to modulating or potentiating the cannabinoids.
Yeah,
Then
we're
they
going to
start
find that
giving
out. We're going to find that out.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting to me.
Yeah, we're going to find that out. That's going to be, I think, so I'm actually going to speak with Ian this week, and I don't know, but he's got a couple projects in mind. And I think, yeah, how they potentiate and modulate is going to be part of that discussion, Sam. So I'll keep you posted. Maybe I'll reach out to you between now and next week.
Laura.
Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting. I want to keep that rolling, but I just wanted to comment on the episodes. Stephen, just three quick things. Stephen talked about the one with the athletes. I would love that. I would love to see an array, like, the kind of spread of a boxer with an X game athlete, with a tennis player, with a soccer player, with a it would be cool to see the spectrum of athletes and their perspective, to see them connect on that. And then the one with service people, I would love to for a Cal Fire person to be on there talking about their grow, because there's a couple Cal Fire guys out here that have their own garden. There's a couple people who were former cops, former deputies in the area of sheriffs, that have their own grows. It's like a different world here. The cops kind of approach it differently. So it'd be interesting to hear that side of it. And then on the hydrocarbon side of that, I think that's really cool. I would really, I would personally love to see some of the guys from Leaf Labs, California. They work the Busy Bee system, their whole, I can't speak much to it. I know that their building is basically a closed loop. They were responsible last year. They made 3 million grams of, just in their hydrocarbon department alone. Like they've been doing it for a long time. And there's some big producers, big shout out to Gary and Micah and those guys who run the lab up there. So those would be some great guys to hear from. I remember Frenchie, he schooled me. Frenchie schooled me on, he was talking to this group of hydrocarbon guys, and I thought Frenchie was just gonna do the old, solventless is somehow superior, but he was like, you don't even know, he was saying how that technology is precious. It actually comes from France, Nice, France. Terpene extraction is a really old, ancient, precious art. It's a precious art to his place from Nice. And I can't say it as eloquently as this gentleman did, but he really schooled these their jaws dropped to the ground, just like,
was not expecting Frenchie to say that, but that was excellent. Just kind of hearing his perspective of how deep of a connection he has to that side of terpene extraction coming from the perfume industry for so long ago.
Yeah, the understanding of preserving those aromatic volatiles the best that you can. It's definitely a big part of the hash world. It's yeah, I think it's why I just love hash over rosin every time. The way the glands hold in everything just seems to be more preserving. It seems to be, well, it's the delivery system that the plant decided to produce it out of. So it's like to just have it in that little casing, that little gland head. I'm always the most excited about it. I like rosin and whipped and greasy and sugary in all the different ways, but I
Hey,
also just
Marcus,
love,
it
yes,
dawned on me too as I was looking through some previous episodes of Hash Church from years ago that maybe we should have Jessica back on, and maybe even like a patience episode,
I
where
like
we can
that.
maybe get Wendy and Colton on, and um, see how they're doing, see how these
I like
patients
that.
are doing. We're all patients in a way, I guess.
Yeah, Wendy and Colton. I'm just taking notes while we do this.
Yeah,
I
so
was going to mention maybe doing an analytics episode where we do an episode comparing analytics and yields from different strains, whether it be solventless or solvent based. Dry
right.
sift versus water hash versus hydrocarbon per se. I think it'd be
Yeah,
cool to bring everyone together.
it'll be a very cool conversation.
Yeah.
Rebecca, you said, right? Welcome, Reb.
well, we're talking about the patients one again.
Yeah,
So Jessica and
Jessica.
Jessica from Pittsburgh and Antonia, her daughter, and I was thinking of Forrest, right?
Oh,
Um,
Forrest. Yeah.
yeah, we haven't heard from him in a while. I mean, Wade, is there an update on those folks?
Top of the pyramid when he came to medical cannabis.
Oh,
And I went and talked to her, and I started to.
sorry, I had to mute Dr. David's mic. It was, and welcome, Dr. David.
Yeah.
Alan, he came in, I think he had a TV on in the background. It was coming through loud, but welcome to the show, good buddy.
So Wade, I had asked if you'd heard from Forrest lately.
Yes. The short version is Silas has been free of seizures, going on 4 years now.
Wow.
He's in high school. Still has some challenges health-wise. For example, the type of diabetes that's inherited from the genes is now a new threat in Silas's life. And that's a whole nother dimension about getting food into a boy that, yeah, anyway, he's doing well enough that he's as big as Forrest is. And I don't really know if any of you met Forrest in person, but he's a large human being. And so, yeah, Silas, his physical body is doing quite well, other than the diabetes. There is a challenge that the specific version of a plant that was named Medi Hayes. Long story short, yeah, that particular version of it, we seem to be out of it, and we're getting low on the oil that we made from it back in the day. And so Forrest has been exploring what other cultivars, what other versions of the cannabis plant might provide that exact lovely combination of chemistry that gave such miraculous results for Silas. And I got to say that Forrest himself, out of survival, has really pulled back from any cannabis work other than trying to keep Silas healthy and able to go to school and whatnot. So that's the report on Forrest and Silas. And I've spoken to Forrest just recently. I'll ask him if he would be open to coming on the show and talking about his experience over the last 4 or 5 years.
Be nice to catch up with
And
them.
thanks for asking.
The Medihaze oil that you're talking about, was it analyzed for terpene and cannabinoid content?
Yes. We do have test results from different farmers of that plant. I don't have any of it in front of me, Sam, but yeah, I assure you Forrest is working on it, and I will get up to speed with him on what he sees as a potential benefit for Silas. And yeah, I would love to share that information with you, Sam.
Well, it's another great idea, and I have it in the notes here. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 good idea for shows, which just as I looked up and saw Dr. Allen on the screen, I was like, well, there's like probably a couple more we could throw in there. So it's good. The more good ideas we come up with for shows, the better. Less stress on me, and I can make sure we deliver something positive every week for, geez, the 300 to 400 or 500 people that seem to want to hang out with us for 3 or 4 hours on a Sunday afternoon. How are you doing, Dr. Allen? Oh, go ahead, Caleb.
Just some quick, more, I guess, episode ideas. Perhaps like a more music one. There are like rappers now that specifically rap about dabbing and hash. Like I bet they'd be an interesting talk. And also more on what Wolverine Dabs was talking about earlier. There are like a handful of people who are gonna wash and make rosin or hash from whatever their favorite cultivar is, no matter what the yields are. And so like highlighting, I guess, like the people who are doing that with the terpinolene dominant stuff, the haze hashes, like the Vietnamese hash, like Jerry with First Cut Farms, or someone on the East Coast that also has a Vietnamese hash. And they're the only two people I know like in the whole world that do. And that type of I guess episode would be interesting, I think. And then also hash and food pairings, which is definitely like a bleeding edge with like the chef at the Ganjier campus, Alex, or the hash sommelier, and the food and hash fruit pairings, rare fruits and rare hash pairings that she does. There's a lot that goes there to like breaking the stigma of hash for flower users or the completely uninitiated.
Excellent ideas, and I have them all down. I particularly like the hash and food pairing ones. I did an interview years ago with my friend Merland, and it was kind of in that vein, and it was this guy, Pete Evans. And he seemed to be a pretty cool dude. He was like, I guess he was pretty mainstream back home, but just right when I met him, he just was like, "Bwah," and just like took a right turn in his career and became this like, he was like the enemy on TV in Australia. He was just like, yeah, I'll tell you, when mainstream comes after you and wants to decimate you, watch out, because I think it might have happened to him, at least for his career. But he was a cool guy, and he was a chef. He had sold like, I don't know, 20 or 30 um, cookbooks, and he was quite well known. He was a very mainstream chef in Australia, very well known, like on their cable TV and stuff, and very well known. So he suddenly became very he definitely would have been speaking against the COVID-19 vaccine vocally right when it was happening. So that's who Pete was. God bless him. How you doing, Dr. Allen? I muted you, so now you have to unmute yourself. I can push this button that says ask to unmute, and it might bring up a button on your screen. It is trickier to find the mute and unmute button when you're on this Zoom on a phone.
All right, I think I got it.
There you are, dude. How you doing? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Marcus. So happy to be here. I got a couple things I would like to say about this conversation. And the first thing is growing cannabis is a human right. Here's why. Because if you can't put it in your food if it costs $10 a gram. So if you can't grow cannabis, it prevents you from using it as a nutraceutical. And everybody should know that cannabis is a nutraceutical and metabolic essential. And the reason it's a metabolic essential is because if you block the CB1 receptors, sperm cannot enter the ovum. So it's necessary for you have an intact endocannabinoid signaling system for conception to occur. And I call it the endocannabinoid signaling system because, as you know, many of the scientists that studied cannabis were affected by the society that hated cannabis, and they didn't know the word cannabis. And so they named it the cannabinoid system, and it's not cannabis, it's cannabis. And that always irritated me. And even Rishulam called it the endocannabinoid system. I call it the endocannabinoid signaling system because that tells the function of it. It's a chemical communication system that regulates all of anatomy and physiology. So it's the endocannabinoid signaling system. Thank you.
Appreciate you as always, Dr. Allen. Appreciate you as always. Very cool. Very cool. I think that you should definitely be in touch with Stephen Philpott and with what he's doing with his course and stuff. I think you would be of good value to Stephen to put you guys in
Hook us up. I'd
contact.
love to talk to anybody to collaborate with.
Love it. Love it.
Collaborate, not collaborate.
It's
No,
not collaborate, it's collaborate.
It's the endo-caliberate. That was good, Dr. Mark. That was good. I thought about it in my head, but you did it. You did it, you sneaky Pete. That's great. Those are some good ideas for shows.
Can I suggest one more show, Marcus?
Of course. I got 52 to fulfill, so
Perfect. One thing I'd like to suggest we talk about is cannabis and mental health, because I don't think that that's discussed enough. And I think for some people, it's been such a massive tool and key for them to access their life and their community that I think this would be a great platform to just have one more place where we can talk about this, where people are actually listening.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good as well. I think it's a very tricky one in the sense that do you go the way where you only show people who had good mental health experiences from it, or do you also add the other side of the scope, which I only know about this because I had a roommate who definitely was not better off smoking cannabis, at least to the levels that he was doing it at. And so there's some people who are affected negatively by their mental health from cannabis, whether it's overusing it, whether it's like taking high concentration dabs. I've only met a few of them in my life, but I happened to live with one and knew him very, very, very well. So I certainly wasn't mixing it up, and I was certainly not biased to be painting that picture. I tried to sort of deny that picture for a long time as I was quite younger, but as it was undeniable at one point, I could see it that yeah, maybe not for everyone. Wade, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to jump in because one of the things that I think Hash Church
You hit your mute again, Wade. You started into that and you said Hash Church, then you hit your. There you go.
Sorry, shaky hands. Where was I? Oh, I think it's one of the challenges that we on Hash Church need to address. We routinely glorify heroic doses, be it dabs or, 6-star in a bowl with a trail of wooden matches and screens. There's a certain glorification, because we, the panelists, actually have an endocannabinoid signaling system that loves that experience, that feels enlivened, uplifted, if you will. But what's true is that is not the case for most people. And when you start talking about mental health and cannabis, I really think it's important to put into that conversation how dose dependent cannabis is and how you take it into your body. The cannabis chemistry is radically different if you're eating it as versus smoking it. And
Right.
we know that, but we need to share that information, is my opinion. And the last thing I would say is I love getting high. I'll leave it at that.
That's so good.
I can't tell you how proud I am that you call it the endocannabinoid signaling system. We should spread this worldwide.
Well, you're not the only one that thinks it's important to have the proper language. Chimera, who's not here today, he is in the YouTube chat, or he was earlier. Oh, no, he's there. He's very much about like making sure that we share the same language, that it's an accurate language, that it's the properly agreed upon language.
Terminology is very correct. So, Mark, two other ideas for episodes.
Oh, love it.
Yeah. So we did this once before. We had the all woman panel.
Yep. I love
And
it.
then did we ever pull this off? Spouse church? Did we ever do that? We talked about
we never did spouse church.
Right. But so if I remember correctly, weren't you and I thinking about this and we weren't going to tell anybody? And then all of a sudden, there it is.
Yeah.
Your wife was going to start it. My wife was going to get on. We were going to have spouse church. Let's see if we can pull that off. I think that would be hilarious.
I'll get my wife. She'll join in. Yeah.
Yeah, but we can't tell anyone it's going to happen, right? We can't
Right.
telegraph it. It's got to
just told like 400
make it
people,
spontaneous. Spouse church. Anyway, two crazy ideas.
I like it. That's great. I think I have a dozen ideas now just from that. So that's pretty great. Now, I will be reaching out to each and every one of you that offered me an idea, because you will be helping me organize and co-host that episode. So throwing all these great ideas, Dr. Mark, but well, Caleb as well dropped 3, and yes, yeah, should be good. Should be fun.
To Caitlin's idea of mental health, I think somebody good to have on that idea, like panel, would be Dr. Miyabi Shields. And I think also Dr. Ethan Russo as well.
Yeah.
That would be an amazing, that's just 2 to start, that'd be amazing.
Yeah,
from them.
this month we should be hearing from Dr. Miyabi as well as her colleague Riley, Dr. Riley, I think.
Yes,
Yeah,
Dr. Riley.
So I've
Yes.
been in touch with both of them. They're planning on coming on and letting us know all about their new podcast. And I've also spoke to them about potentially being a part of Dr. Allen and I's new show, the Cannabis Journal Club. So it's all coming together. So yeah, I wrote that down for Caitlin's show on mental health. So you'll have to, what I would suggest that everyone that gave an idea, like Stephen, who talked about sports medicine and the endocannabinoid signaling system, and the athletes, Sam, who talked about inviting the other side of the argument for some rather intense episodes, Wade with his idea for a show on compassion. Dr. Mark came in with the solvent episode. Well, I've already been a little bit on that. We're creating, this is how it's easiest for me. We create a list, we create the phone numbers, the email contacts, and then once I have multiple ways of getting a hold of them, I can track them down and it becomes fairly easy.
Nice.
I think we should do a solvent less show, i.e. a full mouth bubble hash episode. Also Dr. Mark, which was, I just have it as Nick Ziegler, the abstract Twinkle, Nick Ziegler, his 2 colleagues, you, Jeremy Plum, Chimera, Skunkman Sam. The patient show with Wendy and Colton and Jessica and Forrest and other folks. I guess that ties into possibly similar to Wade's idea for a compassion episode. Wolverine Buds mentioned an analytics episode. Caleb had a bunch of ideas, music, rappers who sing about cannabis, the highlighting the people who are washing terpenoline dominant materials, like
Right.
the real small percentage of the small percentage, and then hash and food pairings. I have a doctor show with you, Dr. Allen. Caitlin mentioned cannabis and mental health, positive and negative sides of cannabis use. I added Dr. Miyabi and Dr. Ethan Russo there as well. Dr. Mark mentioned the all-woman panel, and Dr. Mark also mentioned Spouse Church, which is pretty hilarious. So there's a bunch of ideas that those of you that are watching right now, the 400
All right,
people,
Mark, I have an idea.
please.
Many anti-cannabis people come up to me, and one of the first thing they say is cannabis is associated with schizophrenia. And there's no studies that proved a direct correlation, but here's some information for people. People have been smoking cannabis for hundreds of years, and the incidence of schizophrenia is the same in every country all over the world. And the incidence of cannabis use has skyrocketed since the 50s. And if schizophrenia was directly associated with cannabis use, then there should be a massive increase in schizophrenia since the 1950s, which has not occurred. Now, does that mean that's delineative, that there's no correlation at all? No, it doesn't. But people that are in mental trouble use cannabis because it calms them down. And so you would expect schizophrenia people to be using cannabis at a little bit higher rate than the average person. But there should be schizophrenics everywhere. And the same thing about driving. They associate cannabis with bad driving habits, but there's a U.S. patent on, or there's a study on this. It's called driving habits under the influence, it's called sexual differences in the driving performance of people are using cannabis. And what they did was, this was an NIH study, National Institute of Health. And what they did was they took people and they put them on driving simulators. And they would put like animals driving out in front of them, and they would test their reaction times and their amount of crash avoidance. And you have to kind of look through the whole study to really delineate what's really going on, because the summary is a government summary, and they're not going to say, okay, it's safe to use cannabis. But if you read the tables, especially table 2, it proves that women, what they did was they'd give them cannabis and examine them, and then they let them do it first without cannabis, and then they would let them do it after smoking cannabis. And women had no difference in reaction time or crash avoidance, but men had 1.1 seconds faster reaction time and 3 times better crash avoidance. So now this isn't a definitive study that shows everything, but on some studies, apparently, even government studies, it shows that you are no worse a driver when you're smoking, and maybe even safer driver when you're smoking cannabis. But you can't just look at the summary. You have to look at the charts to determine what I just said.
I love it. Just coming out of left field constantly with all the most random, awesome shit. Thank you. Dr. Allen, for sharing
You're
that.
welcome.
That's pretty cool.
There's a lot of studies, in the last, 5 years regarding, safety and, travel in vehicles. But of course, the NTSB and others have buried these studies because they don't necessarily want that information out. But if you actually do a Google search on it, you will find quite a few different studies in different countries regarding cannabis use in driving. We, of course, here in America, we are dealing with, the insurance institutes are still trying to find a pathology or a way to test for how high you are, right? Because there is actually no test to figure out if you are intoxicated regarding cannabis. There is tests regarding, right, how alcohol is done, but currently the only way to know, you can do a blood test and tell there's cannabis in your system, but that can stay up to 40 plus days depending on your usage, etc. But there is no definitive test that proves cannabis impairment at this time scientifically. And I think this is what a lot of us have found anecdotally from our own experiences from using cannabis and driving. But it's fascinating that science is, caught up to the anecdotal discussions as well. So, I mean, you could do a deeper dive on some of those studies regarding in countries because there's European countries in the EU have done these studies as well, and they have proven exactly what Dr. Allen has stated is that the cannabis drivers are sometimes safer than non-cannabis users.
But the same person not using cannabis.
Right. Correct.
And in addition, there's probably a major difference between chronic users who are experienced and new users.
So, Stephen, you just said that we all metabolize cannabinoids differently. So they'll never be able to find a test that will be able to single shot, is what your science is telling us?
I mean, like, if you understand why the 2.8% blood alcohol content work, it's because we understand how alcohol is metabolized by the liver. We know that consistently enough to go, if you have this much alcohol in your blood, we're going to consider that impaired or intoxicated. That doesn't exist for cannabis. And to me, you would be trying to like shoot a moving target, that's like in space trying to do something crazy like that.
And the officer would have to ask you, are you a chronic user or a newbie?
Yeah, there's just so many factors that play into it. And then like even the medical use, I'm like, hey, what about the person who has Parkinson's who consumes cannabis to actually stop their tremors? Are they then safer when their system is now being regulated, but they have it in their, see what I'm saying? The cannabinoids don't actually equal impairment all the time. Sometimes there's a net increase in function.
I think Dr. Zachary Walsh, who's based out of UBCO, he did I remember back in 2018, I want to say that he was doing some research into cannabis use and driving. And just like you guys are saying, back then he was communicating exactly the same point that it's very individualistic, as well as someone who's new to it versus someone who's experienced with cannabis would have different, potential levels of impairment. And so ultimately it's problematic to try to create like a standard protocol, whereas with alcohol, blood alcohol content is relative to how much alcohol is in you. I mean, if you're big or small, maybe if you're a bigger person, you can have a bit more alcohol. If you're smaller, you less would put you over the limit. But with cannabis, it doesn't really work in the same way.
They're missing the point. This is how they should be doing the study. It doesn't matter what you think, how well someone reacts or doesn't react. The study should be about this. You give keys to a person who hasn't consumed cannabis and they jump in the car and they drive away. Then you get that same person high on cannabis, maybe uncomfortably high. And guess what? None of them will take those keys and get in a car and drive. That's the difference it has from alcohol right away. That's the study. Because alcohol inhibits, you're like, oh yeah, like I can do it. It's like Dunning-Kruger. Alcohol is like Dunning-Kruger on crack. It's like steroid Dunning-Kruger. You're just like, I'm so fucking good. I'll be okay to drive. Cannabis is like humble pie. I just got higher than I want to be. And 100% of people would be like, I don't want to drive right now. I'm
That's an
sure
excellent point.
it's
It's
a
a good
great
Cannabis,
point.
Really
cannabis
good
has
point.
its own governor. Especially, if you smoke cannabis, I don't want to drive. I'll find something else to do, and so it's actually its own governor. It prevents you from going out and being crazy.
Correct. I saw it time and time again, mainly because I guess I was experimenting with these super high percentage and quality and purity extracts. So everyone I was around me was kind of getting exposed to this stuff, sometimes unwittingly, where they would just be like, whoa, that was really strong. And people would go and get in there, they'd follow all the steps that they were going to do, but then they'd get in their car and they would just sit out in front of my house or maybe down the street at the stop sign, but very close. This was like 25 to 35 years ago. And they would just sit there. And then I'd kind of realize and be like, hey, like, can't be sitting out in front of my house, man. That's a heat score, right? Get in my house. So I'd bring them in the house and then just be like, wow, like, that's so interesting. If they left my house hammered, like beyond drunk, like barely able to make it to their car, they would for sure drive. Like for sure. They would think that is an absolutely great idea. So Dunning-Kruger should do some alcohol tests because there's something to be said for that. That weird mentality where you think you're better at something or more capable of something in a mindset that you absolutely are not.
Brave and crazy.
Yeah, brave and crazy, I'll tell you. That's liquid courage.
But you might be right about the Dunning-Kruger thing, though, because it's a knowledge to confidence curve. And the less knowledge you have, the higher your confidence is. But the moment you get but the moment you get 1% more piece of information, your confidence drops. So the less information you have, the more confident you will remain.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
true.
terrifying.
And there's no such thing as an expert in the endocannabinoid signaling system because we're in the infancy of this science because the science has been repressed by law for 40 years or more. And no one knows everything. And my advice to you is if anybody says I'm a I'm an expert grower, be careful because they may not be.
Yeah, it's a dangerous well, it was like the great debate of LeBron James and Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan never, ever, ever in the days called himself like the greatest to ever play the game. It's other people do that. If you have other people saying that for you, then great. They can do that if they like. But if you're saying it yourself, like I remember when Sam and I started Legends of Hash. And people would like, I can't remember where I first saw it, but it were these attacks like those guys are so full of themselves. They think they're legends of hash. And Sam and I were like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Like we
They're master
celebrate.
growers.
They're master baiters. We were selling the idea of like appreciating hash, being a hash aficionado. That was really what Legends was about. And then we would sort of promote for the evening a legend. Like one year it was the Gardens of Kafur, which Sam was talking about earlier, but it was also different like sort of characters in hashish cultures over the years that we would celebrate at
Hitty
Legends.
hitty.
City Hitty, that's right. We celebrated him one year. There was a whole variety of them that we did over the 13 years that we did it in Amsterdam.
Babaku.
Babaku was another one, absolutely. These are great. And when you came and sat down at the Legends of Hash dinner, there'd be a little folded out piece of paper for you that would have this storyline on who we were celebrating that year at the Legends of Hash. So no, we never were celebrating ourselves.
Bring back the real legends.
That's right, dude. Bring it back.
The original gangsters.
Bring
Bring
it
back
back. It
the
was a
original.
small, special little event. It would be fun to get a lot of those people in a room together again one day because that was quite an experience, those old Amsterdam days. Who would have known that those would have been the days? I would have never guessed that Amsterdam would change so drastically in regards to how it viewed cannabis. It surprised me. Didn't that surprise you, Sam?
Did you just ask me a question?
Yeah, I was wondering if it surprised you at how Holland, the Netherlands perspective on cannabis changed.
I moved to the Netherlands after visiting it in 84 and 85. I moved here. Today, it's completely changed. For example, we were driving down the freeway, and my friend Rob was smoking a big giant reefer, and a cop pulled up next to us and pointed his finger at Rob when we were driving, and he freaked out. You know, he was going to eat the joint or do something stupid, and the cop shook his finger back and forth and pointed to seatbelt. Rob didn't have a seatbelt on.
Oh my God.
So once he did that, the cop drove up and said goodbye.
Wow. So that's good. That's the way you want it.
But today, that's not how it is.
That's
They
a good
will
story.
absolutely give you driving while intoxicated and take your license away for a period of time. It's a real, you don't want to be pulled over for smoking while you're driving or under the intoxication.
Yeah, it's easy enough for me to avoid. I love puffing, but I don't have to be puffing the entire time I'm driving in a car. It's like you could just have a giant session way before and get whatever you need to get out of the plant. But yeah, that's not one we're going to be changing the minds of many on anytime soon. I think personally, I don't think there should really have to be a test. It's like if it's an intoxication, whether it's a pharmaceutical or alcohol, or even someone that for whatever reason was legitimately unable to drive properly on cannabis. If you're like a police officer, you should be trained at least to recognize what being intoxicated looks like. It doesn't mean you have to identify what they're intoxicated on. You just have to be like, I don't feel comfortable letting this person drive the vehicle. But
in Australia, I saw police pulling over cars and testing the passengers for cannabis.
Was that on the way to Mullumbimby or Nimbin?
It was on the way to Nimbin.
Called it. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. That's like some Kootenays shit. They did stuff in the Kootenays like that back in the day, where if you were like pulled over during like the season where it was time to plant your plants and you had like any type of gardening gear, like shovels or pots or soil or tarps, like it could really lead you to be under an investigation just from getting pulled over at a roadblock with like gardening supplies in the back of your truck.
Right.
Pretty brutal. Totally called that though. Nimbin. That's weak sauce. It's like, wow, like you really don't just dislike this. You fucking hate it. Like they hate it. It's like a very strange, it's almost disconcerting how much they hate it. You know,
they
it's
hate
almost
because they can't use it.
Well, sometimes I think that's a good part of it, but there's got to be a reason why they hated it in the first place instead of appreciated the using of it. There's some other value they get out of it by hating on it, by keeping it illegal, by making it inaccessible. There's a huge value that they get for doing that. And yeah, that's another show. So too is freaking out. Who said earlier, and then they freaked out? I think it was Sam. Yeah, Rob, freaking out. There's a whole show right there. Freaking out. Let's go into the depths of what it is that is freaking out. Because it is the worst feeling ever. It happens in an instant. Often it happens from a thought. And it's the worst reaction where I don't know if it's just like, I always think of it as like, pumping a giant shot of adrenaline into my body, into my brain. But who knows what exactly is happening in the chemistry of the infamous freak out. And can any good come from freaking out? Next on Hash Church.
Usually not.
Usually not.
Like
Oh,
looking
God.
in
One
your
time,
rearview mirror and seeing a police car.
Exactly, dude. That's one level of it. It doesn't all have to be, I got high and had a bad experience. It's literally the same experience that you just said.
Right,
Oh my God.
or realizing that you have to do the Jedi mind trick in the moment, right? Because no, this is not you. This is not the marijuana you were smelling, officer. No, no, this is not the situation that you believe it to be.
Oh my
Yeah,
God, dude.
you ever had those
Some,
situations? I got
oh, God.
stories.
I had too many situations,
I
too many
remember,
stories.
I remember with pride when I was busted about 15 years ago in a hotel room. I was set up, and there was like 5 police in the hotel room, and I'm sitting there in handcuffs. And I told the police, "You guys don't have the educational level to understand that you're hurting people in your own family by enforcing these cannabis laws. People in your own family could benefit from cannabis, but you don't know that."
Damn. You said that to them. You were an MD at the time, like you were actively doing
Yeah,
surgery.
right.
Jesus. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy when they start arresting the surgeons. It's like it really goes to show you that like all you have to do is speak out in promotion. It's why for so long, so many people hid their cannabis use because it was just like it just kind of wasn't worth the potential life-altering problems that came with it. I'm talking to all of you residents of the state of Texas.
Oh yeah,
Okay, I got something to say about that. That's a really important point. So, um, as a heart surgeon, I was a specialist in protecting the heart from what's called reperfusion injury. And I read the cannabinoid patent, cannabinoids as antioxidants and neuroprotectants. And in that patent, it actually says that the CBD will be used for open heart surgery um, during coronary artery bypass. And I immediately recognized, holy shit, this has great potential, but I couldn't tell any of my colleagues anything about this because if I said anything about these cannabinoids can protect the heart and brain during surgery, it would immediately out me as a cannabis user, and I couldn't say anything to my fellow colleagues.
I want to mention one thing you were talking about cannabis and driving. The first studies that showed that cannabis was likely making drivers safer was done in 1994 in the Netherlands. It was a study by Dr. H.W.J. Robe, Robbe, in 1994. And they had to do it in the Netherlands because they could not get permission at the time to do the actual driving studies in America. So they came, worked with the university here, and did the studies. And it was absolutely true that the driving was safer because people had a tendency to slow down rather than, the way a drunk will speed up because he's invincible.
I would
And
love a copy of that.
I've got bunches of them because I used to sell them from the International Hemp Association.
So this should
But
be reviewed on Cannabis Journal Club for sure.
yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
I'll try and find you a copy. It's tucked away with all the rest of my cannabis 10,000 freaking items that I've got.
I would say it's more than 10,000, but I could just be completely wrong.
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Shit. That's awesome. Well, I'll make sure you guys get in touch and help out in any way. We just need a digital copy of
I
it.
do have a stack of those books. They're just not here at my house, but I might have a single copy here, which I can share with you. But at the very least, I can connect you with the book.
Right.
Appreciate
Dr.
it.
Robert Melamede had the biggest collection that I know of cannabis scientific articles, and I
I've
wish we
got
could get that.
I've got 4 or 5,000 PDFs, and I've got
Perfect.
more than 2,000 books on the subject.
Well, you need to be involved in Cannabis Journal Club.
He's on the list for certain. He's one of the few MDs. Go ahead, Etienne. Sorry.
Dr. Allen, do we have any way to figure out or find out what happened to Dr. Malamede's work? He passed away, I know, the other year. So, do we have any idea if he left his work somewhere?
I have a number to one of his close friends, but that's all I have. But he was a genius.
I loved listening to him talk. He had a real great way of speaking. You could definitely feel and see how intelligent he was, but he was also like a tripper and like a real just lover of getting high.
Right.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I was
Yeah, I was
sad to hear
fortunate
his
to meet
passing.
him.
He made connections between nonlinear thermodynamics and the way the body has evolved, which is really a very insightful way of looking at it. Because if you think about it, ever since Big Bang, the universe has become more random, right? Entropy is increasing, and he was able to kind of pull it together and to understand why certain biological phenomena are underpinned on defeating thermodynamics. And coming from someone like myself, who, I'm a PhD chemist, I had to learn thermodynamics, every part of it. I mean, I could really appreciate his thinking. He was definitely a very unique person in the way he thought about solving problems.
Totally.
I miss him,
Yeah,
and I
me
never met
too.
him.
Hash Church misses him. I think he only made it on to a couple of
He
episodes of
he
Hash
was
Church.
on a couple episodes, right? And he was super confrontational when he got on, right? I mean, I
Yeah.
remember him coming to blows. I forget with who, maybe with Todd. Didn't they have a little bit of a
It's
wasn't there a run-in?
possible. There was something.
Um,
I always got a kick out of that when it happens on Hash Church because it's funny. But yes, he
I think it
did,
was
and
with
it
Todd.
did. Sounds about right.
Yeah. But yeah, he has a couple interesting YouTube videos up that are definitely worthwhile watching. But you guys talk about your literature club and everything. That's really awesome. I'd love to participate too as well.
I have
I
you on the
mean,
list.
yeah, I'm one of those people who believes that we do have a crystal ball. We can see into the future by ironically looking into the past. And so when the scientists look at the scientific literature, we're all standing on the shoulders of giants, even Meshulam,
Right.
even Roger Adams. They were all standing on the people who came before them. And the collective body of peer-reviewed research dealing with cannabis is now tremendous. There's a lifetime's worth of literature out there on just about every aspect of the endocannabinoid signaling system. David, did I get it right?
Thank you.
Okay. On the system,
God bless you.
on the plant, on genetics, on every aspect of just about every type of medical condition and how people have sought to treat them with cannabinoids. I mean, we know they're anti-inflammatory. We know that they promote apoptosis. We know that they inhibit tumor angiogenesis, which is is a very powerful mechanism for basically stopping cancer in its tracks.
For
And I think
inhibiting
David,
VEGF, yeah.
David, you would, I think, totally agree with me in this assessment, is that cannabinoids are more like the phytocannabinoids in particular are more like vitamins
But
that again
see,
are
it's not
uh,
cannabinoids, it's cannabinoids.
cannabinoids. I'll get it right. One of these days I'll get it right. But
So we're
these
documenting history,
right.
the
But
true history, and there's going to be a lot of propaganda, false history about this, and we got the true history.
but the nourishment of humans with the phytocannabinoids, I hope I said it right, is
Cannabinoids.
cannabinoids is nurturing a system that in your body can suffer from what people have termed endocannabinoid deficiencies that our
They were
body.
afraid to say the word cannabis, so they had to alter it cannabinoid.
Right. But if our body is able to make its own level of 2-AG and anandamide, people don't need phytocannabinoid supplementation. Is that basically what the theory says? Is that endocannabinoid deficiency is why humans use cannabis?
Well, it's a complex system, so it's not just a system of what makes the cannabinoids. It's a system that transfers the cannabinoids and a system that degrades the cannabinoids after they've been used enough, and you don't want their use to continue working, and you degrade the cannabinoids so they don't stay around long term. So here's something that happened to me. I fed my little chihuahua a little bit of a cannabis cookie, and he was out for 3 days. He couldn't walk, couldn't stand for 3 days. And what I got from that is the system that removes the cannabinoids in chihuahuas wasn't as robust as the system in humans. So different humans, different animals have different abilities to metabolize the
Right.
cannabinoids once they're there.
But David, isn't it also true? I mean, so the fact that cannabinoid or the metabolic products of these are fat soluble, so they're stored in fat, and as you
True.
burn fat, that those compounds are then released. That's sort of an evolutionary mechanism to hold on to these beneficial compounds as long as our bodies can, right? So the fact that you could smoke a joint today and still have so many nanograms of THC in your bloodstream next week, that's actually something that our body has evolved to do, right?
Provide a constant level. Yeah.
Right, right, right. Well, I think again that's what sort of hampers the law enforcement aspect of being able to do a blood level alcohol measurement, well, like they do with alcohol, to say, okay, you have so much THC in your blood, therefore, regardless of how you behaved, regardless of how you were able to pass a field sobriety test, this number from this biological assay tells
Yeah.
us that there's enough THC or 11 hydroxy THC or whatever is in
Yeah.
your blood to make you intoxicated.
They
Therefore,
they
you're not.
want to change the reality. It's not how dangerous you are. We got a number that says you're automatically dangerous.
Right, right,
So they're not saying that you're dangerous and you hit something. They're saying we got a number that says we can put you in jail.
right.
That seems extreme. I hope in the future one day people will be like, back in the day, if you smoked this one flower and drove a car, you could go to jail. And if you grew the flower, you could like they could kick your door down, shoot your dog, take your kids, and put you in jail. And I hope people are like, no, that never happened. That couldn't happen.
Well, in a free market economy, when people make money off of those activities, they want things to stay as good and fucked up so they can keep on making their money. Think about it.
Exactly.
People who sell breathalyzers, it's the drug testing industry, Marcus, is a
Perfect.
billion-dollar industry. Billion-dollar industry. They don't want people or companies to not drug test their employees because their livelihood is derived from that revenue stream, and they don't want that
Exactly.
revenue stream to go
But can't
away.
they just
The
test
owner
their
of that company has got a big yacht in some harbor somewhere, and he needs to make sure that he keeps that yacht. And so, yeah,
in tip-top shape?
I'm sure it is.
Well, if
Oh
you
my
also
God.
think about what communities and civilizations of the past would have to say, if you told them what we did and no more hemp, they would be like, "You guys did what? Why?" Like they
Yeah,
would
just to
be so
destroy the planet.
confused. You know,
They're
at,
trying
at
to come
that
up with
point
more
when it was in
toxic.
everything, it was baskets, pay like everything, people, sales, people. I mean, if you told them like, "Oh yeah, that's not going to be allowed anymore," they would be like, "What?
I know,
Like
impossible.
why?"
Laura, Laura, do you know back in William Penn's colonial Pennsylvania, and you were a farmer, you were taxed if you did not grow
Right.
hemp.
That's true.
You get taxed if you
Oh my
did not,
God.
because what did Her Majesty, the Queen of England, need to conquer the world back in the day of, the British Empire? She needed ships. And what do you do to put
Sales.
ships
All
across
right.
the sea? Sails and
That's
ropes and
exactly
oil.
right.
Yeah. Sails
So
and ropes wouldn't have found the New World without hemp.
Hey, Chimera.
It's the only natural fiber that can withstand seawater in that way. That's why they used it for ropes.
Well, the,
exactly.
the
Well,
other thing
and
is,
the Dutch, because who was building ships better than those motherfuckers?
as they mowed down the old growth, whenever they found a tree that was like straight for like 80 feet, that was immediately cut down and sent to England or sent to the Netherlands to make
Yeah.
masts out of, because they
All
needed
right.
long strains or long straight um, uh, trees to make masts, right?
So
Crazy.
Yeah,
another
well,
doc.
listen, here's an important thing to remember for people on the church discussion. That was actual cannabis sativa. So think of the time frame. This is like, this is pre the use of and discovery really by the new world of cannabis indica, which is the drug THC producing cannabis. So all that fiber back then was hemp, right? It's none of that was we're not what we use today to describe sativa is an equatorial drug plant. But cannabis, the word, the name was given to European hemp or Northern European hemp, which is cannabis sativa. So that's why, like, we went through that period where we started calling it like narrow leaf hemp and broadleaf hemp. But really, like, I think people using the word sativa, the word sativa means useful or cultivated. Like that's the Latin
Oh no,
translation,
I didn't know that.
right? And so yeah, we're really talking about a fiber plant and a seed plant, not a drug plant when we say sativa.
Okay. Uh, Another Dr. Allen epiphany that I would like to spread to these people is cannabis and hemp are in fact money. And if you legalize cannabis or hemp in your state, money will come to your state in one of two fashions. If the people can grow cannabis and hemp, they will get the money and they will spend the money inside the state, and the whole state will prosper. If the people are not allowed to grow cannabis, outside cannabis cartel companies, I like to call them carpetbagger companies. I don't know if you guys understand what that word means, carpetbagger companies. So, carpetbaggers were the people from the North that came to the South after the Civil War, and they would extort money from the South, and they were called carpetbaggers. So, if the people can't grow, carpetbaggers will come to your state and they will extract the money from the state and they will spend it outside the state. And you can't argue with that statement.
I
Dr.
wouldn't even try. Go
Dr.
ahead, Sam.
Allen, I supplied the name of the book and the full name and the DOI of the I forget the name. I just wrote it.
The
Driving.
driving study. The driving
Yes.
study for the Netherlands.
Yes, correct.
It's in the chat, David, if you want to see it.
I'll definitely look that up.
Hey, I wanted to jump in on one other quick little note. We were talking about the pronunciation of cannabinoids or cannabinoids, and I always thought it was cannabinoids too. But the more I traveled and got involved with international, um, like the neuroscience side, the researchers that work in the field of discovering everything that's going on in the brain and how the endocannabinoid system works, they all use the term cannabinoid, not cannabinoid.
Yeah, won't
So
they be surprised when they find out they were tricked by the society to call it
no, that's not it at all. That's not it at all. It's an American centric idea that cannabis is pronounced that way. There's other countries pronounce it cannabis, right? Or cannabis. So
Oh, really? I didn't know
it
that.
really, yeah, or cannabis. It is in the way that we pronounce it in North America
It's
that makes us
tomato
believe
and
that we're saying
tomato.
cannabis.
I'm a victim of that.
Yeah, it's a tomato thing.
Pronounced, yeah, how it's pronounced, eh?
So I just wanted to add to the idea of the music artist by Caleb. Oh, Caleb too. When you were talking about Jerry and that Vietnamese hash, I'm actually smoking that. That's actually been what I'm smoking. I just put two and two together. I was like, oh, fuck.
Nice.
I'm actually smoking Jerry's hash. That's so funny. I just realized
nice.
that. But it's really beautiful. There's nothing left, but it was his Vietnamese landrace strain that he has is really incredible. But I wanted to add to Caleb's music artist. I know this is changing the topic. I just didn't want to forget is I really like this group out here local to Mendocino called the Mendo Dope Boys. They are a music group. They're a rap music group, but they've also been growing for a long, long time, and they've definitely been reprimanded many, many times, been raided many, many times, but they're known really for their big ass plants because they were like, okay, well, we can't grow a lot of them, so we'll just grow them really fucking big. So they were known for huge plants, but they were one of the first music groups that I've ever seen personally that, man, they took the biggest pot you could find, the biggest smart pot you could find, maybe 500 gallons, but they planted one of the biggest genetics they have in their library, and they tamed it to go around a platform that eventually housed their recording studio. So the plant became their recording studio, and they would step up into their cannabis plant and record their album. And they did it all for the recording of their album. And Old E, he actually the lead singer, the lead of the group, and Bleezy, Old E and Bleezy have a mic stand, and it's really cool. It's one of the biggest cannabis stalks, and you'll see them on stage with a huge cannabis stalk, So I think it would be really interesting to get a perspective from growers who are also music artists.
Yeah, those guys are awesome. I don't know if both of them have ever been on Hash Church, maybe once, but I've definitely reached out to them in the last couple of months and been like, gotta get you guys on. Be sweet
Yeah.
to have you on. That would be a good episode for that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm sure I could get quite a few artists. I was going to ask this question earlier, and we only have about 10 minutes left. So maybe I'll ask it now. I was going to see what everyone's favorite cannabis-based song was. It'll be nice for the people watching, they can kind of go check out these different songs. For me, my all-time favorite cannabis song is Got It Right Here by Sizzla. So I don't know if anyone's ever heard that track, but check it out. Got it right here. Sizzla Kalungi.
I would dub that tune. I got to
Dude.
dub it tune.
Oh, it's such a good tune, man. It's like such a like just arms in the air, like, yeah, this is such a tough tune.
Smoke the marijuana like we just don't care.
Like we just don't care, man. That sums it up quite beautifully. Anyone else favorite cannabis tune?
Smoke
There's
two
there's so
joints by
many.
the toys.
Smoke two
Smoke
joints?
two joints before you smoke two joints, and then you smoke two joints by
Yeah,
the toy.
there's so many. I'd have to go with
That's
like
the
30 days.
toys. The toys did the smoke two joints.
Billy Boyo. Was he was
I'd have to go with like 30 Days in a Hole or Tool the Pot or man, there's just so many of them.
Yeah.
The one I always associate with Sam is I've got 5 on it.
Oh yeah. Caleb's got the list.
Billy Boyo, one spliff a day, because he did that tune when he was like 12 years old. I think he cut that tune when he was like 12 in Jamaica.
That's insane.
Nobody feels like working when Panama Red is back in town. Panama Red?
True story.
Pass the
Panama
dope to
Red.
the left side.
You steal your woman, then I'll rob your head. On his
Oh,
white
yeah.
horse, Mescalito, he comes strolling into town. Nobody feels like working when Panama Red is back in town.
Come on, Reefer Man. Yeah, it was from the 20s, but Murphy's Law did it back in the 90s. So yeah, I come from the punk hardcore side, so they were the true stoners over on that side. But yeah, I mean, back in the 90s when I used to go to all my dealers, you'd always hear, legalize it, which was always, you got to give it up for, Tosh, for really putting it out there and laying it out there. And it took his own life in the end, you know what I'm saying, by speaking truth to power. So he has always been an inspiration in the music, even though it is mellow, it's fucking hard.
Yeah, his music's super good. There's no doubt about it. I was just gonna say Marlon Asher, the Ganja Farmer. That's super classic. Dr. Drip 710 just dropped that in the Info Warrior, Jello Biafra, Grow More Pot. That's pretty good.
Oh man.
Pato
much good music.
Bontons. I don't snort the coke. I only smoke the Sensimilia.
That's awesome.
There's a super funny video on YouTube. Pato Bonton.
Panto Bantan, yeah.
Here's a little known Chimera fact. I used to play in a band that we were quite heavily into cannabis, of course, as I always have been.
I don't
But
believe it.
the name of the album was Green, Fat, and Tasty. You can actually find that on YouTube. There's a song in particular called The Leaf. So we were very, very pro cannabis.
I had a band too. It was called Northern Lights Number 5 back in 1991 because we were growers as well as dealers in West Virginia, and yeah, we wanted to just do something that would call out to other stoners, and we got that from High Times, right? Of course, I would come to meet and know and grow and smoke it, but yeah, it was surprising how many people knew what the band name, but then people were like, what does this Aurora Borealis number 5 mean? Is that 5 times the intensity of the Borealis? No, it was just a 5th seat selection. Thanks.
Props to that Northern Lights number 2, the Closet Queen. I picked that up in Holland back in the day. That was one of our first grows in the mid 90s, 95, I guess.
So you guys would know this. Who did the police and helicopter song? Is that Ika Mouse? Or I don't know. I don't actually know.
John Holt was the original.
John Holt
was the original. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. John
Everyone
Holt.
remixed it. I mean, Marlon was on. Marlon did a version of it, but the original, I believe, was John Holt.
You're definitely correct.
Nice, very nice.
This is history.
I run all of those. I have all the originals on 7-inch still.
Yeah. Nice. That's what's up.
Nobody mentioned Cypress Hill. I want to get high.
No. Well, maybe in church because they're still like busting out songs as we talk.
There's so many good ganja
Everyone's
tunes.
got their favorites, you know.
I have a ganja tune like folder from when I DJ cannabis events, and I think today there's probably 20,000 songs in that folder. It's pretty ridiculous. All different genres, you know, and started as just reggae ganja tunes.
Caleb, do you remember the name of the song that I told you that mentioned haze and skunk?
I'll look it up right quick.
Okay. But I'm afraid I'm so spaced out that I honestly can't remember the name of the artist or the name of the song, but it's a great one.
You're getting all high on that oxygen.
And Cheech and Chong did a song that says, "My mama and my papa try to tell me how to live, but I don't listen to them because my head's is like a sieve."
No, 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 no.
Earache my eye.
Earache my eye. Dude, that's some classic shit. Holy shit.
Don't forget Little Feat's classic "Don't Bogart That Joint," right?
Yes, please.
Oh, hell yeah.
A little bit different.
Song was Positive Herb. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Positive Herb. That sounds cool.
Yep, that was the name
By
of the
who?
song. Niyorah. I don't want to mispronounce it.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Naira.
I love Bob Dylan.
Thailand. I've got a dub plate of that song too. Positive Herbs. Crazy.
What were you saying, Caitlin? I missed that.
I love Bob Dylan's "Everybody Must Get Stoned."
Oh yeah. Listen, I can't believe I didn't say this, but Puff Puff Pass by Prophecy, which I had on my channel for years and years and years. Prophecy was the homie in
Pass the
Princeton.
chip on the left hand side. Whoop. Right?
When I was in
Bunch of kids
Cuba-
singing that one.
Yeah.
When I was in Cuba, I was paying the local great bands, the Cuban bands, to play cucaracha, and they wouldn't play it correct. What they would play was the cockroach couldn't dance anymore because he had lost his vigor for revolution.
Yeah, that was the original cannabis song, La Cucaracha.
No, there was earlier ones. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. In India and places like that. Absolutely.
Man, this is history nobody knows.
Well, I'm telling you.
This is history that's literally sitting in Sam's closet in a box, in
Gathering
hundreds of
dust.
boxes, rooms. It's not even a closet; it's an entire room, and probably more. But that is something else. Stuff. Mendo dope, Richie Spice dabbing. Yeah, that's good to have in heavy rotation, no doubt about it. Well, 12:59, we pulled off a full 4 hours. I want to thank everyone for coming out. We had 400 people watching live for most of the stream, so that's pretty awesome. Thanks for everyone that's watching Hash Church Season 11, Episode 1. We're going to have a lot more ideas. Anyone that's on the panel, anyone that's watching, if you have an idea that you want to put forth, I'm super stoked to just get good people into good conversations and dialogues. And I feel like every once in a while we knock it out of the park, and our words are important and they mean stuff to other people that are watching. So that's no better reason to do something than that. And like I said, all of the panelists, I won't go through everyone because there were so many here today. I just want to thank you guys for all showing up. And I hope that you're smoking full mouth, if not today, certainly tomorrow. So I will leave it at that. May the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. Peace out, everybody. Appreciate you all for watching.
Appreciate you all.
I'm doing God's work.